Since 1937, Walt Disney Pictures has released roughly 820 films, including those from subsidiaries such as Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilm. Classics like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, Shaggy Dog, the original one, Shaggy Dog, the Tim Allen one, Peter Pan, The Jungle Book, Lion King, Mulan, Lilo and Stitch, Toy Story, Frozen, Moana, hundreds of stories which were told by thousands of people, all of which will outlive us all, even their creators, as a new mythology.
Are you sleepy? No. What do you think it's gonna be like? Mom says there's even more magical stuff now.
Okay, guys, back to bed.
We're too excited to sleep.
Imagine how excited your kids will be when their favorite Disney stories come to life on a magical Walt Disney World vacation. You sleep?
No, too excited.
I heard that.
Hey everybody, Blake T. Wild here, and as you can tell by the topic of today's video, I'm discussing in length my first ever trip to Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Disney has become a foundation of childhoods around the world for over a century, but I somehow managed to escape that reality that a lot of people have. Now, it's not that I dislike Disney, it's just that I've never really had any interest in pursuing their films or really diving into the back catalog. Even as a kid, this is gonna turn some heads, I preferred ants to Bug's Life.
Don't worry! The colony is in good hands!
Don't be scared, kid.
My disinterest in Disney extended to the theme parks. As a child, I never wanted to go to Disneyland. Can you believe that? A kid who doesn't want to visit the happiest place on earth. Why was that, you might be wondering? What kind of loveless experience did I have as a kid that left my heart as empty as the eyes of a Disneyland cast member at the end of their shift at midnight on a Wednesday? It all had to do with these things. The mascots. I was terrified of the mascots as a kid. They just creeped me out. I never liked their just pure blank, expressionless, totally unmoving faces, and their absolute silence did nothing to alleviate my worries. Especially when they performed pantomime, and the worst fact of it all was, as a kid, I knew that that was just a person in a costume. Like, mascots were the bane of my existence. I didn't get it as a kid, and I still don't really get it as an adult. But it's for that specific reason that I never wanted to have to encounter a giant, silent, unblinking Mickey Mouse in real life, that I never wanted to go to Disneyland or Disney World or really any theme parks. Instead, my attention as a kid was drawn elsewhere. I was more interested in places that had real animals walking around naturally on four legs, or places that just had animals in general. The place that I loved going to, the trips I looked forward to every summer, were not in Anaheim. They were actually 2 hours south at a massive wildlife preserve called Wild Animal Park, which has since renamed to the San Diego Zoo Safari Park. That is my Disneyland. This is what I loved as a child, witnessing hundreds of beautiful natural animals who resided in massive habitats that actually resembled their natural space, and learning about conservation and just witnessing these beauties of nature in person, and of course getting ideas on how to build my own zoos in Zoo Tycoon 2, a game which I was addicted to. I wasn't a Disney kid, I was a zoo kid. No, I wasn't even a zoo kid because I hate the San Diego Zoo because of how small the enclosures are. I was a wild animal park kid. And it's because of that my family, luckily, never had to dole out thousands of dollars to go to the happiest place on earth. And that was my life, pretty much, until I met my wife. And so, over the summer of 2024, we decided, finally, that this would be the year we go to Disneyland. She has been talking about it pretty much since we started dating. But we would not just be going just to Disneyland. No. We would also attend Oogie Boogie Bash at Disney's California Adventure theme park. So I hope you'll join me, Blake T. Wild, as I have a one-man discussion about my first ever experience going to Disneyland, Downtown Disney, Disney's California Adventure theme park, and Oogie Boogie Bash 2024.
Welcome to the Disneyland Resort. We're here to give you the top trip tips and more. What are trip tips? The 411, the inside information, the scoop, the special things you need to know to get the most out of your stay with us here at the Disneyland Resort. Let's start at your hotel.
Our hotel that we stayed at was the Best Western Plus Stouffville's Inn, formerly known as Stouffville's fabulous Space Lodge on the corner of Catella and West Street, only a lovely 15 or so minute walk to Disney. No, I'm not sponsored by them, but I'm definitely willing to be if I go to Disneyland again. It was a very nice hotel. I had a great time staying there. It's one of the best and affordable places that you can stay if you're going to Disneyland, because like I said, it's a very close walk. Stouffville, Best Western, ring-a-ding, ring me up. I got my email on my channel. And so we checked into the lobby where for some reason the radio kept cutting out every couple seconds. I'm not sure what that was about, but they got it fixed. And we checked in with a nice guy named Rodney who worked there. He looked very tired. And then dealt with the weird one-way cramped parking situation, but thankfully it was later in the night, so we didn't have to worry about much traffic and were able to reserve a nice open spot near the entrance of the hotel, which was also at the exact opposite end of where our room was. So with that, we hauled our luggage down the sidewalk of the hotel, took the elevator up to the second floor, walked a little more, and got situated for a very eventful Friday adventure.
Disneyland Resort trip tip number 2. As you enter Disneyland Park or Disney's California Adventure Park, pick up a handy guide map to help plan your day. Scope out all the attractions, shows, and exhibits you want to see, check showtimes and special events, and you're good to go. It only takes a few minutes, and it is time well spent.
Honey, look at this.
Is it for all of us?
Yeah. $1,600 for a week. Well, we can do that.
Oh, yeah.
The magic begins when you realize you can afford a Disney vacation. Other affordable packages all year long. Visit disneyworld.com/affordable.
We woke up on Friday at 6:30 a.m., which wasn't an issue for me. I wake up just about every day at 4:30 a.m. My wife, on the other hand, had a little more difficulties getting ready, but the prospect of Disney really helped her get moving. We got ready, packed up my wife's Halloween-themed Disney Loungefly with phone chargers and a water bottle, and set off on that 15 or so minute walk to Disneyland from our hotel. And it was a very cool, very foggy morning, and it felt like we were entering Isla Nublar in Jurassic Park. Nothing beyond the wired fences and the lush tree line of the park could actually be seen, but strange sounds echoed out of the sea of mist that flooded the air around us. People tried to enter the Grand Californian to escape in hopes of finding guidance, something that they could understand, a pathway to freedom, to that which is Disney. But they were turned away because they weren't staying there and had to walk the long way through downtown Disney. Downtown Disney is interesting, and I will get into that in the section where I cover day 2 of our adventure. I was initially shocked by the absolute size of it, but looking back, it must have been 2 factors. One, I had never been there before, and it was all new to me, and I also hadn't become accustomed to the layout like I did on our subsequent visits and pass-throughs. And 2, it was early morning, foggy, and fairly derelict of people. Exiting Downtown Disney, then, was another just strange sight, because there's this massive campus just between Disney and DCA that is just such a strange no man's land that houses old ticket booths from the era before smartphones, digital tickets, and those weird little bracelet things that look like smartwatches but are specifically for Disney that you can buy overpriced bands for theming after your favorite Disney-based properties. Not once in the 3 days that we went into this general area did I ever see anything going on at these small huts, which are still regarded very thoughtfully and, decorated in accordance, and they have their queues set up should, I guess, any soul step inside, and there's just no activity going on there. I think maybe one window was open at one of the ticket booths, but that was it. And there is no doubt in my mind that these will soon be removed entirely, perhaps replaced, possibly by nothing, but maybe merch stands or vendors or fountains and statues if you want to get artsy with it, or simply that's just going to be left to rot as a testament to what had come before, and a forgotten era of time where you actually had to have physical tickets. Waiting in line at Disneyland, yeah, that's how pedantic this video is going to be, was a unique experience, and I enjoyed looking at all the fanciful bricks that are laid into the ground with people's names, couples' names, businesses, groups, whoever I think donated money to get their name stepped on a daily basis by thousands of people. The Halloween decorations in this particular spot were especially unnerving, perhaps being the most off-putting thing that I saw in our entire trip. I just hate looking at the famed Disney characters rendered as massive artificial jack-o'-lanterns, with Pluto in particular very heinous to the eyes. He looks like if Disney adapted Little Shop of Horrors like they would The Christmas Carol, and Pluto was cast as Audrey too. But after waiting in the line an obnoxious length of time because the family unit ahead of us seemingly didn't have their tickets ready on their phones, we entered and my wife secured us a virtual queue for the Haunted Mansion, my most anticipated ride. And then we went under the tunnel of that little train track things, and my eyes widened like saucer plates when I saw Main Street USA. Main Street USA was, for me, a grown man who has never been to Disneyland before, initially a very off-putting experience. My mind wasn't sure what I was looking at as my wife fawned over the Halloween decor, and I tried to make heads or tails of this strange uncanny valley feeling that had quickly overcome me. Sure, I was looking at a small-town street lined with utterly realistic infrastructure, streetlights, tracks for a streetcar, trash bins, small commercial buildings that weren't open yet, ostensibly because it was too early in the day, but in reality, because they were never meant to be open. It was weird. Fascinating, but very weird. Like I had been sent back into a time that only existed in the rose-tinted glasses of yesteryear with hundreds of other people. We were like ghosts of the future that have come back to haunt the past. But as we were moving down Main Street, we decided upon our first Lightning Lane pass. Now, I'm going to discuss and go into the history and detail of a lot of things in this video. Most of the things are stuff that interests me. Lightning lanes, I kind of get it. I don't know the history of it at all. It used to be something else, like a fast pass, I think. And then it was a genie, and now it's a lightning lane. And now, after we went on the trip, they also announced a new version of the lightning lane where you pay a lot of money and you get guaranteed access to whatever rides. I don't know how it works. All I know is that the basic lightning lane pass thing, whatever it is, it's cool. I'm fine with it. I think it made the day a lot more fun. because it was like a game. It was like an extra little game that you get to pay $40 per person to play. But anyway, nothing really felt particularly special up until the moment that we reached the end of the trail into the Disney Plaza, where the golden Walt statue stood glimmering, the Matterhorn shone in the early sunlight, the trees glowing a rich golden hue on their green leaves as rays of sunlight cast through them, and Walt Disney and his famous creation stand hand in hand, overlooking the happiest place on earth, welcoming thousands as they do day after day, with their blissful bronze visages on perfect display. We then marched steadily westward to Frontierland, and our first ride of the day was...
Force has unleashed the runaway mine trains on Big Thunder Mountain, but every day, Big Thunder strikes. Big Thunder strikes. It could only happen at Disneyland.
Hold on to your hats and glasses, this is the wildest ride in the West! This was it. My first ever Disneyland ride. And my first ever roller coaster. I should point that out. Yeah, I didn't mention that at the beginning, that I've never gone on any theme park rides. Unless you count the safari truck ride at the San Diego Zoo Safari Park, or the Universal Backlot Tour as theme park rides, which I do. Backlot Tour is the best thing at Universal. I don't know, I was just never into rides as a kid either. It's just something I wasn't interested in. I didn't want to wait, I didn't want to go on rides. I had no interest in that. Even at like fairs and festivals, I didn't want to. So needless to say, I was a teensy bit worried. I didn't really know what to expect from BTM, as I assume Disney fanatics call Big Thunder Mountain, or maybe they just call it Big Thunder, I don't know. But I was very excited to experience something new. After flying in a plane for the first time in my life last year to go to Hawaii for my honeymoon, I was ready to tackle anything. It's like I always say, if you can handle a 6-hour-long flight over the Pacific Ocean, you can handle anything else. And if you're unfamiliar with the ride I'm discussing, which if you're watching this video, I doubt, but Big Thunder Mountain sees the rider, quote, streak through a haunted gold mine aboard a speeding train on this thrilling coaster-style ride. A suitable ride for all ages, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad should never be a surprise to anyone who's familiar with Walt Disney, a renowned train fan. Originally in this area was Mine Train Through Nature's Wonderland, a slow roll through a simulacrum of the western regions of America and accompanied by real mules that you could ride. But eventually they wanted something new and something different with that area because people were getting tired of the mules. They didn't want to sit on a disgruntled ass for about 45 minutes, and the slow mine train was putting people to sleep. So they came up with a brand new idea, which would eventually become Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. But that all changed in 1967, when it was put on hold for construction of Pirates of the Caribbean. But that all changed in 1969, when mankind landed on the moon and an old Disney project was brought out from the back burner. A little thing called Space Mountain came to the forefront of the park's projects, meaning that Big Thunder Mountain was once again shelved while Space Mountain opened in 1975. But everything changed for real this time on September 2nd, 1979, when Big Thunder Mountain Railroad officially opened at Disneyland, and a year later at Disney World. Originally designed as part of a Thunder Mesa at Walt Disney World, Thunder Mesa was then scaled back and kind of redesigned by Imagineer Tony Baxter, ride engineer Bill Watkins, and their team. I'm sure many of you know that Tony Baxter is a highly regarded Imagineer known for bringing about a whole new generation of pure creativity to the Disney parks, as well as another Disney theme park classic, replacing previous attractions. Which is exactly what they did. Remember that stupid slow-moving train from earlier? They replaced it with this! Also, fun fact, the entire ride itself, it had to be flipped. So initially, the engineers and the Imagineers, everybody working on the ride, it was designed one way. And then when land had been allocated to them in Disneyland, they realized it wasn't gonna fit in that allocated area, so they had to flip and reverse all of the blueprints. So technically, in another reality, I suppose, Big Thunder Mountain, it's on the other side. You might have known all of that. I'm sure the Disney fans in the audience did. But what you might not know is the thematic backstory of this ride, which I did not until making this video. It's haunted! The story is that this is a haunted ride. You see, Big Thunder Mountain itself is located somewhere in Arizona and eventually became home to a tribe of dislocated Shoshone who migrated to the area and named the mountain after the spirit of Big Thunder, a thunderbird. I don't know where this information came from. It's seemingly only noted on this one Disney fandom wiki page with no sources cited, although there is this pictograph featured in one of the versions of the ride, and I did double check to make sure, oh no, are they just being like racist with whatever Native American tribe they picked? So I looked it up and did some research and made my way to nativetribe.info, where I found this. Quote, "The Thunderbird is a mythical creature that plays a significant role in the Shoshone mythology. It is believed to be a powerful bird-like creature that controls the weather, particularly thunder and lightning. The Thunderbird symbolizes strength, protection, and divine intervention." Which I suppose is pretty good evidence for this to seemingly be true in some form or fashion. I just want to know when this hidden piece of backstory was established. Was it in the 2012 refurbishment of the ride? Was it before that? How long has this whole Thunderbird idea been with Big Thunder Mountain Railroad? Because I cannot find anything about that online. But setting aside that big digression and tangent, the story of Big Thunder Mountain as we know it begins in the late 1800s after Barnabas T. Bullion, designed after Tony Baxter, opened and began operation of Big Thunder Mining Company in search of fabled gold reserves deep within the mountain. And just like the dwarves of Moria, Bullion and his company dug too deep.
Let us go under it! Let us go through the mines of Moria.
Moria. You fear to go into those mines. The dwarves delved too greedily and too deep.
The spirit of Big Thunder retaliated against them, and eerie and mysterious events began to plague the company and the nearby town of Rainbow Ridge. Reports of ghostly echoes in the tunnels, equipment malfunctions, and unexplainable accidents, and the most shocking thing of all, mine trains had begun to run on their own. There's also a dynamite-fueled goat. Billy the Dynamite Goat is perhaps the most famous aspect. It's an homage to the mine train ride that I discussed earlier, and Imagineer Mark Davis, who I will definitely be discussing later in this video. There is apparently something called the goat trick, which I also had to learn about, which is as soon as you see that goat, you're supposed to stare at it and follow it with your head, and apparently the feeling and motion of doing so versus what the ride is doing makes you feel like you're going faster, I guess. I don't think I didn't really need to do that. I felt like I was going fast enough, because my main thoughts on the ride are that Big Thunder Mountain was more than anything a refreshing experience. It was a wonderfully cool morning with the air just blowing wildly against my face, and it felt so nice and such a riveting experience. And I think that that's my main takeaway from this ride. I do wish we had gone on it at least once more during the day, because I really don't recall much of these swift-moving mine carts and the cascading in and out of just beautifully created scenery. A big factor, though, was that I was nervous going on it. It was, like I said, the first roller coaster kind of thrill ride I have ever gone on, and as I quickly found out, the linen pants that I had decided to wear that day had no hold on any of the ride seats, and that will come into play later. But overall, once, the ride had sort of gotten to the third act, I was really digging it, and I quite enjoyed witnessing the now 12-year-old refurbishments that they did. As mentioned before, the ride in 2012 was completely redone. The entire track was replaced with new materials. The finale of the ride was redone, and the projection mapping of the TNT and the crackling, crumbling rock texture mapping stuff was added in. That all looked fantastic. All the effects were great. But, having never gone on a ride like this, or anything like this in my life, was such a shock to my system that I just really didn't pay too much attention to my surroundings and what was going on like I did for other rides throughout my days at Disney, thrill or otherwise. And eventually, I started thinking that Big Thunder Mountain truly is the counterpart to Space Mountain. Both transport the rider to a wholly new realm of existence. One is a far-off voyage of the future, the other a rustic dwelling of a haunted mining town, and each ride perfectly bookended the park with their respective locations on the west and east ends. One is grounded in the earthy past of frontiers, while the other soars off into the cosmic dreamscape. And it's really fascinating when you compare the two, because more or less they were Imagineered around the same time, and they each took the idea of a thrill ride roller coaster, which is just so heavily themed that you kind of forget that you're actually on a ride at a theme park. But each of them went off in such completely distinct narratives and directions. And with Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, the Imagineers at Disney really did strike gold. Following our escapades in the nearly abandoned mine shaft, haunted by the enemy of manifest destiny itself, it was time to enact our first lightning lane! Or maybe our second lightning lane. I think we got a lightning... No, this is our second lightning lane! And the lightning lane that we had acquired, it would defy nature itself. And the lightning would come after the thunder, and it would take us to a galaxy far, far away.
I've been waiting my whole life for this.
You ready?
Are you?
Before Disney owned Star Wars, they really didn't do much with that license outside of the wildly popular Star Tours. Sure, there was licensing going on to see all of your favorite Disney characters in costume and dressed like the greatest heroes of a galaxy far, far away. If you went to Disneyland as a Star Wars fan and you had already been on Star Tours, you were going to see something else. Something that can only be described as a spice-induced fever dream called hyperspace hoopla at Star Wars weekends. which I think was only a thing at Disney World. I don't think Disneyland ever did it. Hyperspace Hoopla, for anybody unfamiliar, because I see so little talk about it nowadays. Nobody seems to want to remember or just remember. It was an event at the aforementioned Star Wars weekends, hosted by Snig and Oopla. And this was a live show situated at the Sorcerer's Hat in Disney's Hollywood Studios at Disney World. And it was a dance-off between different Star Wars characters. But it was also a fascination, just like I'm sure it was for a lot of people, of one young, nerdy Star Wars fan who had a crush on Padme Amidala, Leia Organa, and Ahsoka Tano, and silver-studded, Michael Jackson-gloved Darth Vader. Personally, I think they should bring it back. Star Wars doesn't need to be serious all the time. The last movies began with the words the dead speak, for Bendu's sake. Bring back Hyperspace Hoopla on Star Wars weekends.
Looking forward to this is
On the cold hard.
What did he say?
He said don't stop the party.
Don't stop the party?
Yeah.
That's what you do. You bring back Hyperspace Hoopla, and you get you get Anakin and Obi-Wan to dance to Chapel Roan's Hot to Go. But unfortunately or fortunately, depending on the way that you look at it, Disney's outlook on Star Wars as a property itself changed in 2012 when George Lucas sold Lucasfilm. And it was around this time that Star Wars Land began to develop. This was before the sequel trilogy had even been written. This was early development. Early development. And obviously, as such, the Imagineers focused on episodes 1 to 6. Because that's all they had to work with. And they were trying to figure out how it would relate to those eras before they were then informed, all the teams working on it, were told by Bob Iger that the new movies needed to be the focus of the Star Wars land. But how do you do that if you don't have a script or anything to base it off of? Well, apparently, according to one of the people who worked on the project in those early days, you get J.J. Abrams to come to the Imagineer offices and show them the storyboards and concept art on his iPhone. That's a real thing. That was said in one of these documentaries. So instead of restricting themselves to what came before, Tatooine being the primary example that they all sort of decided on. Oh my god, just a brief tangent. Oh my god, I cannot imagine if I took a trip to Disneyland for the Star Wars area, and then I got there and I found out that it's just where I came from 5 hours ago. I live right near where they filmed the Jabba's barge scenes in Episode 6. Practically, it's pretty much Tatooine. The Imagineers then decided to create their own Star Wars world, one that was in line with the reality of a distant galaxy far, far away a long time ago, but would be unique enough and just off to the side enough that the aspects of the new trilogy specifically, and all of the trilogies really, but specifically the new trilogy, wouldn't be so majorly connected that it hinders anything of the Star Wars land. Yeah, I'm glad that didn't happen. I will discuss most of this stuff later in the video, such as Oga's Cantina and, Batuu itself, because we actually didn't explore the realm of Black Spire Outpost until far later in the day at Disney, because right now, at this point in time, my wife was laser focused on planning out the day to ensure that she got me on as many of the Disney rides as possible. And that meant that we were going to...
BB-8, is everyone assembled? Good.
Queue line. It was roughly a 45-minute wait, standing in the outskirts of Black Spire Outpost, waiting to gain entry into a hidden rebel base, which wasn't shocking because this 5-year-old ride still has a wait time reaching 60 to 90 minutes. But my god, is that extended queue boring. You're typically going to be standing in the hot sun, if you're unaware, looking at either the surrounding trees or your cell phone, or I guess the other people in line around you, if you're really bored. Right as we got into the interior section of the queue line, where things get interesting, where you enter the weird cave system that the Rebel Resistance has set up, that is when my inner geek was unleashed, and I was fawning over the props, and the items, and the crates, and the Orabesh, the Gonk droid! That's the guy whose little footprints I saw on the ground earlier that day. That's him! We trudged through, and finally we found two familiar faces. BB-8 and Rey. And then, the ride kind of began. This is, at this point in time, Disney's biggest, most advanced, and totally ambitious attraction. Rise of the Resistance, or ROTR, combines 4 ride systems: trackless dark ride, motion simulator, walkthrough, and a drop sequence similar to Tower of Terror. On top of that is the veritable history of Disney itself. Everything from the beautiful set design of the queue and the attraction to the animatronics littered around, along with the light piping, projections, air blasts, texture mapping, and all the other effects pieces. This ride really is the culmination of everything that Disney and its Imagineers have pioneered and created and done since the park's earliest conception. And the behind the scenes of how this ride works fascinates me far more than the actual ride itself, which I, as these days would be continuing, found to be a major overarching theme in my experience at Disney. I found myself far more intrigued with the behind-the-scenes aspects and the work that goes into these attractions and these experiences, more so than the experience itself. Here's a wonderful visualization of how Rise of the Resistance works. You can find the link to this website in the description. They also have other rides available. Notice how it functions like clockwork to pretty much ensure that there are no snares or snags in the ride. Everything is perfectly planned and timed, and it's down. It's closed down. Part ride, part roleplay. Rise of the Resistance is one of the most fantastic elements I have ever seen from a theme park ride. The pure design of every aspect that went into this to create the most authentic, immersive, and full-on experience is incredible. The entire scenario in which the guests are placed into one long story that, on a bad day, might wind up taking you the length of a feature-length film, and it's kind of shocking that myself, someone who has been obsessed with Star Wars since I was about 4 years old, have a surprisingly little amount to say regarding Rise of the Resistance, other than what an experience. And that's my main takeaway, is that it's actually less of a ride, less of a thrill. It's not a story as much as it is an experience. And that isn't always a positive. But at least it gives the cast members a cathartic chance to shit on the guests. The First Order officer that was leading us around to the interrogation rooms was the most punk rock looking young woman I have ever seen rock a First Order uniform. She was mean, she was scary, she was so cool, and I dug it. I really liked it. I was scared. I think that, though, because it's been 5 years, maybe the thrill and the idea of it, has it left the eyes of those that are involved? Perhaps it was because it was early in the day. It wasn't even an hour or so since the park had opened, so there was probably less of a wait time regarding the ride itself. Or maybe the idea of being in Star Wars has just grown old for some. Who's to say? But following Rise of the Resistance, we trudged our way out of our crash site on the outskirts of Black Spire Outpost and headed into town to the spaceport, where we found the most beautiful sight I have ever seen. And I have been with my wife for 6 years. Smuggler's Run was an opening day attraction for Disney's Galaxy's Edge, and until the opening of ROTR, the only attraction at Star Wars Land. And honestly, I think I had more of a fun time on it than I did on Rise. Although that may have been due to both my wife and I being assigned to the pilot positions on the ride itself, which was a dream come true for a Star Wars fan, to literally be at the base of the Millennium Falcon and then get invited into the Millennium Falcon, where I was then told I get to fly it. I was about to push my wife out of the way and take control of both levers. Smuggler's Run is an interactive ride like no other, except maybe Autopia, where guests themselves take control over the very ride they're on. The guests in line are introduced to Hondo Ohnaka, famed smuggler and parvenu pirate from the Clone Wars animated series. Hondo has convinced Chewbacca to lend him the Falcon for his new business venture, Ohnaka Transport Solutions. New hires, aka the Riders, take one of 3 roles: pilot, of which there are 2, gunner, or engineer, before they embark on a mission to steal coaxium, with a real-time interactive video game taking place as you ride it, taking too much damage, failing objectives, crashing. It all makes the ride totally unique every single time you go on it. And let's take a look at another interactive ride simulator made by Wilby Hudson. You'll find that there are a total of 2 Millennium Falcons operating in unison with each other, and each main hold breaking off into 7 available cockpits at 4 different locations. And this ride is actually somewhat similar to the Carousel of Progress, or it's at least something similar, where it's that carousel that moves around, but instead of weird animatronics in the center, it's a big digital screen. And it also uses motion simulation similar to that of Star Tours. Now, I spent the better part of a half hour scouring the internet for any early information regarding the construction and formulation of Smuggler's Run, because I'm just a fucking nerd, I guess. What was the early process like of making this? What all went into this? I wanted to know that. And after watching the Behind the Attractions episode on Disney Plus, I found this 2013 WordPress regarding an Omni-Table ride system, and one user on the WDW Magic Forum, a website I had no idea existed until making this video, asking the same question as me. Was this ride system that was patented early on in 2013 in any way involved in creating Smuggler's Run? Because the timeline works out. Like I said, Lucasfilm was bought in 2012, and then a year later they get this put into patent, and Galaxy's Edge starts going into production. It may not have been made specifically for this, but it could have been the groundwork for what they then would use. The Imagineers had this Omni-Table idea that they call it, and a few years later, Smuggler's Run opens up using a very similar ride system to this Omni-Table patent idea. But it's not exactly the same. It's a bit... What has happened to me? How did I immediately fall so deep into this? At this point in the trip, we had been at the park for maybe 2 hours, and now, what has happened? I have gone insane. I know so much about Disney now. I know more about Disney than my wife and her brother. People who went to Disney World and Disneyland every summer, like multiple times. But I digress. So how does it work, Smuggler's Run? Not the ride itself, because we kind of already understand that with that table that moves around and all it shifts and everything. But the stuff that's happening just outside of the cockpit window, that was what I really wanted to know as well, is what is this system that they created? Is it like a patented system? Is it something that Disney like fully owns? How did they do it? And how did they get it to run so well as a theme park ride? Because it is a video game, for all intents and purposes. And what little information I could find revealed that it is all, you know, real-time rendering, obviously, how else would it work, that is done by, quote, custom-built pieces of hardware where they could multiply horsepower by 4 to 6 times through the utilization of multiple GPUs in a single computer, and was then rendered using Epic's Unreal Engine 4 and projected onto a 2560 by 1600 projector. Insane. It just... the amount of, like, just intelligence and thought and creativity, that's something that I love about Imagineers. Just all of this, it blows my mind, all of the stuff I've learned making this very long video. And as I mentioned, this was, without a doubt, my favorite thing at Galaxy's Edge. In my time at Black Spire Outpost on the Outer Rim planet of Batuu, my favorite thing was pretending to pilot the Millennium Falcon. And the queue as well, I skipped that entirely. The queue line is just so fun to look at. Oh my gosh, from the garage, where there's all the droid parts, and the pod racer engine, I think, in the center, and then you look out through that massive bay window into Black Spire, gazing down upon the Millennium Falcon, just made into reality but a few feet away from me. A ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs, piloted by the famed smuggler turned rebel General Han Solo, the ship that fought in both battles against the formidable Death Star, and I was gonna go crash it in just a few minutes. Yeah, it was a hectic experience. We made some small talk with the people behind us that were like grouped with us as we left sort of the main hold area after we were looking around, you know, where the holodeck table is and all that stuff. And the employee of Onaka Transport Solutions quickly learned that none of us in the party had ever gone on this ride before. And the two pilots, we had never piloted a ship. The engineer had never fixed anything, and the gunner may as well have been a pacifist. And in a crazy turn of events, we didn't do well, I know, but the flying was so incredible. I felt so amazing trying to just maneuver the ship with the help of my trusty co-pilot. And by the end of the quick experience, because it's really not that long of a ride, we secured one crate of coaxium, and after the total damage of our expedition was taken into account, along with all the other fees that Hondo added on, we had to figure out a way to split 350 credits amongst 4 people. And so my wife and I quickly departed before our fellow employees at the Onaka Transport Solutions realized that I had snuck away With our few remaining credits, we boarded a ship off-world and set our destination for...
Vacation travelers know that when it comes to renting a car, there's really only one place to go. National Car Rental. Especially if you're going to Disneyland's new Tomorrowland. Because as the official car rental company of the Magic Kingdom, National gets you in your car and on the road fast. For a family vacation you'll never forget. So what are you waiting for? Let's go to Disneyland's new Tomorrowland with National Car Rental.
A region of the park that confronted the new frontier. A world of Monsanto, Richfield oil, and Dutch boy paint. Tomorrowland once featured attractions at opening that were smash hits like Rocket to the Moon, sponsored by Trans World Airlines and then Douglas Aircraft Company under the synergistic renaming Flight to the Moon, and Autopia, sponsored by Richfield Oil Company and Arco, then the Chevron Corporation, and currently Honda. I hate Autopia. We never went on it because, well, the few times we were near it, it was like we were being haunted by the relentless rattling chains of a dozen Jacob Marleys.
Ask me who I was.
What?
The lifetime of your past. The lifetime of your
I can't hear you! What are you saying? In addition to these classic cornerstones of the future, we're also, at one point in time, the Hall of Chemistry, sponsored by Monsanto, and the Bathroom of the Future, sponsored by the Crane Company, the leading company in bathroom fixtures, where the House of the Future displayed to families and guests how homes and technology would develop side by side into the future. The Bathroom of the Future did the same, but for bathrooms. But all of that changed in 1959. A mere 4 years after Disneyland's opening, Tomorrowland was reinvented. The submarine voyage through liquid space, sponsored by General Electric, now Finding Nemo themed, and one of the most recognizable landmarks that still stands to this day, the monorail, were in nearby. The world's first steel tubular thrill ride was created, the Matterhorn. But I'll get to that later, because the revolution that was the Matterhorn, with their aerodynamic ride vehicle, led to raving results from the audience and guests and the, newsman, and eventually formulated within the mind of Disney an idea to do it again, but in space.
Jettison Disneyland 1, Space Mountain Code 2, clear for takeoff.
Instrumentation.
Instrumentation, go.
Propulsion.
Go.
Facilities.
Go.
Electrical.
Go. All personnel, clear the launch platform.
Space Mountain. It could only happen at Disneyland.
Experience it now.
But before we barge into that attraction, of which I have opinions, I want to bring up something that was absolutely insane, the likes of which I've never really experienced when we got to Tomorrowland, and that is the smell of the popcorn. I've never been so overloaded in my nostrils through the sense of smell by the overwhelming quantity of popcorn mixed with the swath of hot melted butter. Ugh! It was so overbearing. I could smell it before I could even see it. Such a pungent scent of the Disneyland popcorn that just made me never want to set foot near one of their stands. And that is a decision that I made that would come back to haunt me in the coming days of our trip. In 1969, mankind landed on the Earth's only satellite, and Disney saw that as a great way to make some cash. Space Mountain isn't just a roller coaster. It's a thrill ride in the dark! The monument to the new frontier that has long since become a staple of the Disney skyline, Space Mountain, originally dubbed Space Voyage, takes its guests to the far-off setting of a fantastical spaceport twice the size of Disney's previous thrill ride, the Matterhorn, decked out to resemble a futuristic airport. The queue itself and the retro-futuristic architecture is truly something to behold. The initial plans for the ride involved 4 separate tracks, all weaving in and out of one another, some even leaving the mountain itself, similar to the Matterhorn, and running along the outside before returning into the conical shape of it. But here's the kicker about it, is that the ride was going to be operated entirely by computer. But the technology of the early 60s was not up to snuff, and the project was put on hold until 1975, where it was brought back out and dusted off, and Big Thunder Mountain was cast aside because Disney needed something to go in their brand new Walt Disney World Magic Kingdom. They needed a big thrill ride, and what they had found, they would then call Space Mountain. So how does the computer system operating Space Mountain work? I bet you're not wondering, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Conceptualized by John Hench to require pure industrial computer automation, a block system. A block system is a system of railroad signaling which divides the track into different sections to ensure that no train car enters like a specific section of the track that hasn't yet already been cleared. This allows multiple cars to move through the ride at the same time, monitoring via computer sensors the car's speed, location, and loads. And that's how they ensure that there are no collisions. If a car on the ride stops for whatever reason, then the system is able to slow down and or halt the other vehicles on the ride, and it shuts itself down. Thus, the ride forms a high-capacity, very synchronized movement of multiple cars in a dark sky space, which just totally enhances the ride's warp speed, even though the ride operates at a relatively low top speed of about 28-30 miles per hour. In a way, through its use of all this computer technology and gadgetry and whatnot, Space Mountain is kind of the truest aspect to the original idea of Tomorrowland. On January 15th, 1975, 23 years and 1 day before my birthday, Space Mountain opened in Walt Disney World to thunderous applause. And on May 27th, 1977, 2 days after Star Wars premiered, Space Mountain officially opened in Disneyland. Now, if you're still with me, you'll remember that I have some opinions about Space Mountain, which are no doubt going to be dissenting from the common thoughts of the ride. That being that I didn't care for it that much. Hell's bells, was it a sensory experience? I'll give it that, that's for sure. But it wasn't enjoyable. The tunnel of light that you go through just made me kind of dizzy. And the issue that I think is that I don't know if when we wrote it, something had happened, because it felt like, and my wife attested to this, someone who has gone on both versions multiple times throughout her life, parts of the, lights were shut off or something, because looking at videos online from just the past year, there were way more stars on their ride than there were when we rode it. I'd say about a quarter, if not more, of the ride was just blackness, like no stars at all, nothing of interest to see. I expected to witness an endless star field as we were rocketed through, and what I got was like a couple of galaxies in that little initial loop, followed by mostly blackness. The first thing I said to my wife when we got off the ride and entered that little side area where seemingly the only bathrooms in all of Tomorrowland are located was that I could have just gotten somebody to put a thick burlap sack over my head, play some weird late 70s sci-fi surfer rock, and just jostle me around, and I would have gotten the same experience as I did on this Space Mountain ride. And yeah, thus ends, I guess, the climactic buildup of Space Mountain, because after that we went to Galactic Grill at the heart of Tomorrowland, where their menus are far more impressive than the food. And I desperately had to fight the urge not to buy that $17 Darth Vader premium mug. And it was around this time of just kind of having nothing else to do in Tomorrowland, just kind of depressed by the general milieu of it all, that I really wished that Push the talking trash can was still around.
Overfishing. Maybe a little on this side too. I want to get to the car wash. Get to the car wash. Get to the car wash.
Formerly known as Tomorrowland Terrace, Galactic Grill is what is called a quick-service eatery, with outdoor seating only, where guests can, quote, fuel up for your next adventure at this space-themed eatery that serves out-of-this-world selections. We ordered the $14 cheeseburger and $12 chicken tenders and a blue Powerade, and thus introduces a new section of the video dubbed for all of our significant dining experiences at Disneyland, Downtown Disney, and Disney's California Adventure theme park. I am going to use 5 categories to create a comprehensive breakdown. 1. Taste and flavor. 2. Presentation. 3. Portion size. 4. Value for money. And 5. Uniqueness and Disney magic. Each category will have a possibility of 5 points, totaling out to a grand possible 25. So, taste and flavor. Being that this was a quick service eatery, I wasn't expecting much, but somehow I was still let down. Strangely enough, the food tasted like the hamburger, fries, and chicken tenders you can get from Jack in the Box, which was an odd experience because I can't eat most fast food without it making me horribly sick to my stomach, but for some reason this sat fairly alright with me. It must be the Disney magic. 2 points because the fries were crispy. Presentation. It's food that's quickly tossed into a little cardboard container and hastily wrapped in tinfoil, and you have to pump your own condiments like a settler on the frontier. This is Tomorrowland. Why do I not have a ketchup robot or something? 1 point. Portion size. Something I dislike about American food establishments is the portion size. My wife feels the same way. She has a little tummy and rarely finishes her food, meaning I have to do it. These portion sizes were adequate for the average person. Perhaps a bit on the excessive side, but not by much. Although I'd wager that it might have something more to do with the fact that I hadn't eaten anything at all that day, because I scarfed that food down hastily without issue. 5 points. Value for money. It's roughly the same price as an actual fast food restaurant. It's the same quality of a fast food restaurant. The value is there for what you get. Meaning that I kind of have to go with scoring it highly for 4 points, I guess? And that's not to say I endorse it, because I don't. I also didn't enjoy it, or having to pay that much money for it. It's just that the end result of paying that amount wasn't surprising. Uniqueness and Disney magic, come on, what do you think I'm gonna say? Wow, I love how the trays are blue! It really matches Tomorrowland. 0 points. There's nothing unique or special about this quick service fast food joint. So out of a total of 25, I give Galactic Grill a score of 12, which I suppose is about right. The food wasn't awful, but it wasn't good either. It makes sense that it would score roughly at an average position. This was something that would actually come to surprise me about Disneyland that I didn't know. Just how god-awful the food is.
Alright, keep moving. When you bump into the person in front of you, then you can stop.
The opening of Star Tours wasn't just some new attraction or the true birthplace of the IP ride. It was a revolutionary experience that combined the immense Disney Imagineering magic with the special effects expertise of Lucasfilm and Industrial Light and Magic. And on opening day, guests were treated with this. What really makes Star Tours such a spectacle is the incredible technology that went into it. Since its inception, the creators and George Lucas wanted something totally new and unique, something that pushed the boundaries of what a theme park ride and attraction could be. The ride utilizes a flight simulator called Advanced Technology Leisure Application Simulator, or ATLAS for short, originally built by Rediffusion Simulation out of Sussex. The ATLAS cabin is equipped with hydraulic cylinders allowing for its movement in the XYZ planes, and each cylinder has a 15-foot range of motion, which perfectly allows a simulated, hectic space travel at the hands, or robotic claws, I guess, of faithful Captain Rex and later accidental Captain C-3PO. To create the immersive sight just out of the window, that took a bit more, because this was opened in 1987, meaning that they needed to outfit each ride cabin with a 70mm film projector. How did they do this? With something called a loop cabinet, an ingenious invention created by the legendary Ub Iwerks in the late 60s after the parks kept experiencing issues with their projectors breaking down due to continuous use all day long. And of course other issues involved scratches to the film itself and just the general compacted nature of the projectors as well as their locations, causing the film strips to eventually tear and get damaged. But the loop cabinet fixed all of that. Disney wouldn't need to worry about the old-fashioned platter system where the roll of film just lies on a revolving space like a record. Instead, the film strip is cycled throughout the device in a carefully designed path, looping smoothly and continuously around the machine, thus forming the loop cabinet. So with the how sorted out, Imagineers set out to create the when, where, and why. And this original idea for the ride might sound a bit similar. The guests were originally going to be rebel agents who were partaking in military training, with Admiral Akbar, a Mon Calamari, briefing the new recruits like this.
Welcome to the Alliance. Glad to have you with us. As you know, the Empire, far from being extinguished, has been steadily rebuilding its forces. Data from our spies has pinpointed the exact location of the new battle station, and some potential flaws in its defense system. We're sending you to Hoth, where you'll receive your final training for the surprise attack. I don't have to tell you how important the mission is. Unless the Empire can be stopped, the entire galaxy will be in jeopardy. It's in your hands. Good luck, and may the Force be with you.
After which the ride's doors open up and you're ushered inside. This would obviously be changed because they felt that it wasn't very Disney to have the riders become soldiers. Oh, how the times would change. And Dennis Murin, the ILM visual effects artist brought into the project from Lucasfilm, suggested, hey, what if the riders themselves were Luke Skywalker, and they follow his journey in the whatever the storyline becomes. George Lucas shot that down immediately. But all of this changed when the tour company idea was founded. The guests wouldn't partake in the ride as fighters and soldiers of the rebels, nor would they even be the main hero and character of the ride. Instead, they would just be a random helping of tourists who have been haplessly entered into a galactic conflict after they took a ride on the famous space touring company, Cosmic Winds. That's right, Star Tours was originally called Cosmic Winds. George Lucas loved the sound of that, but he also loved the idea of a ride that had upgradability.
One of the basic ideas behind this is that it's reprogrammable. It relies a lot on software rather than hardware, so that the ride can be changed rather swiftly, relative to the way normal rail rides, hardware rides are, changed. And I think this will give us a big advantage in being able to upgrade the ride after a certain period of time to improve it or change it or make it into something else.
Meaning that they could reformat and reprogram the hydraulics and the machinery itself to suit brand new ideas, new locales, new characters, new stories all together. Something that would never happen until the randomized slot machine approach, in which the first, second, and third acts are all blindly sorted through the power of computers. In 2011, Star Tours The Adventure Continues officially opened.
Lord Vader, prepare to meet your maker.
Even if you strike me down, you'll never get past the energy shield.
George, I think he's got a good point there.
Don't worry, R2 knows what to do. Go to it, R2.
R2?
At that point in time, Star Tours reopened into the digital world. They didn't have to worry about the miniatures and the camera effects and everything that they had to worry about in the initial run, because now it was through computers. And at that point, there were now over 54 story possibilities for guests to come across. Today, over roughly 1,500. I have long been familiar with these Star Tours, and my relationship with it has kind of shifted back and forth as I've grown up. When I first learned about it as a kid, I thought it was ridiculous. It was a stupid idea, some overrated theme park. I mean, it doesn't even make sense in the canonicity of the universe. Yet there it was with a full page on Wikipedia, a website I was obsessed with as a child. And it had a fully plotted out section in the ABY timeline of Star Wars. Then I grew older and kind of forgot about it, and rediscovering it probably around the time of Force Awakens, and I thought it was a cute idea. And then I rode Star Tours. I thought, it was fantastic. If I'm ranking all 3 Star Wars rides, I'm doing Smuggler's Run, Star Tours, and Rise of the Resistance. I know, it's a hot take, but that's how I feel. The cast member guiding us into the queue outside of the Star Tours, also, I just want to note, had such a cool afro. So hey buddy, if you're watching this, good job. I honestly had no idea really what to expect about this ride because, like I said, I was vaguely aware of it. But all I knew was that there was the robot Rex, who would cameo kind of in Star Wars Rebels a couple years prior, and then C-3PO was in charge. I didn't know how the ride worked or anything like that, and all my wife told me when we were going into the line for it, which we also got a lightning pass for, thankfully, was that it rocks around a lot. That was her description of Star Tours. And I thought, if I can handle Billy Haley and his comets, I can handle this. And we were lucky enough to get the Ahsoka Tano scenes throughout the times that she shows up, which I thought was really cool. We were both happy with that. We both love the Ahsoka series. We both love the character, especially after I made my wife watch all of the seasons of the Clone Wars. And we thought it was just great. It was, oh my gosh, it was so cool seeing the Purrgil, the giant space whales. That was supremely fascinating and a shock, because I just didn't expect that. I didn't know how the ride even worked until I started writing this video. And I really enjoyed the feeling of the ride. It's downright old-fashioned fun, is what this is. They have properly kept that same, just kind of silly, fun, but still exciting experience that it had when it first opened. And I love how they don't do anything crazy to update it. They add new scenarios, and that's really enough. And it's nothing serious like Rise of the Resistance. It's nothing too complex like Smuggler's Run. It's just pure sit back and witness the story fun. And it really kind of did make me happy in a way that Rise of the Resistance and Galaxy's Edge as a whole didn't. Something about Star Tours it's really such a relic of a time when Star Wars was so marketable that you could say, hey, you're on a space tour bus and it's piloted by a wacky robot voiced by Pee Wee Herman, and now you're going into another Death Star by total accident, and then the poor people at Lucasfilm like Leland Chee, the Holocron Keeper, have to explain how and why there's a third Death Star. And that was the end of that. Also, Patrick Warburton voices a droid in the line.
Sorry, Mr. Man, press your jaw on through. Oh, those are your young legs. Hello.
I do have an issue with the ride, and that was the 3D aspect and the glasses. For some reason, I found that none of the 3D glasses at either of the parks really worked or sat well on my head. And while I don't plan on riding Rise of the Resistance again, but Star Tours, on the other hand, is such like I said, an evergreen idea that it's continually rejuvenated with the randomized selections of stories, and I definitely see myself taking some time aside to maybe get a Lightning Lane again and board another Star Tours Cosmic Winds shuttle.
Well, that concludes our news kit on Disneyland's newest form of space travel, Star Tours. I found it most informative. I'm sure you did too. But nothing can match the thrill of actually taking one of our flights. So Artu and I hope to see you here at Disneyland very soon. Until then, goodbye, and may the Force be with you.
And after that, we traveled back in time from tomorrow to today. And no better was that signified than a horse and trolley idling by us as we arrived back at the pavilion and ambled our way down Main Street to the Starbucks. And once my wife had been properly caffeinated with a Starbucks refresher, we left Main Street and entered.
What will you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Way, hey, and up she rises, way, hey, and up she rises, way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning.
Opening in 1967, Pirates of the Caribbean brought to life the childhood dreams of daring pirates, billowing ship sails, the salty splash of ocean waves, and the shimmer of hidden treasure. This attraction became a reality just 1 year after Walt Disney's passing, capturing his lifelong fascination with high seas adventures. Disney's first ever live-action film was Treasure Island, released in 1950, which set a precedent of what the public thinks a voice of a pirate is. Enter Mark Davis, the veritable gag god of Disney himself, who conceptualized the various characters and scenarios of the ride. But like all the great rides at Disney, it would seem, this was put on hold for Walt's continuous passion of new ideas, being the 1964-1965 World's Fair, which saw revolutionary new techniques into audio animatronics, such as Mr. Lincoln's Small World and more, and what they learned there was combined to create what I believe is the best attraction Disney has ever made.
I'm going to get on a boat here, ride through the lagoon, and then as they get around here, we're going to take them down a waterfall and take them back into the past, into the days of the pirates, you know, where the whole Caribbean area was full of pirates and they were always sacking towns and things. Oh, you want to see some?
Love to.
Right over here, we'll meet them. Fruit and everything. As you get down here and look through that little ring, you get the view that the audience gets.
Way, hey, and up she rises, way, hey, and up she rises, way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning. Shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor early in the morning. Way, hey, and up she rises, way, hey, and up she rises, way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Well, that's only part of it. A big climatic scene.
But how could you top it?
Well, we set the place on fire. And we have our audience trapped down in this flaming city.
Now how can they get out then?
Well, now you got into this mess by going down a waterfall. Now how would you suppose we get them out of there?
By going up the waterfall?
That's right. Anything's possible in Disneyland.
Set design, lighting, animations, characters, the entire plot being a story told to the rider as we begin in the bayou swamp of New Orleans. I just want to discuss how absolutely fantastic and utterly haunting the voice of the Jolly Roger skull is. Floating above us, its eerie voice echoing and rebounding through the foggy darkness. The voice of Xavier X Atencio, a Disney animator, composer, and Imagineer, and co-writer of Grim Grinning Ghosts and the Pirates theme. Now, I'm sure that all the Disney fanatics that have made it this far into the video are very familiar to the why the waterfall is there, but if you're not, it's because of the Disney berm and the train track loop. I'd say 95% of the ride happens underground, in a dark, dank, water and pirate-filled basement. It's Imagineer Claude Coates who we have to primarily thank for the environments of Pirates, along with Mark Davis for the designs. But who do we have to thank for the over 75 animatronics that would function day in and day out? That would be Bob Gurr and his team, which formulated a veritable grab bag of universal pieces that Disney would go on to use in anything from a pirate to a president to a goat. Not to mention Imagineer Alice Davis, wife of Mark Davis, who decided and created what all of the pirates wore. And of course, Yale Gracie, who in the way of the alchemists of old turned something simple and mundane like a curtain and some lights into a new magical fiery effect. But don't worry, because I'll talk about him a lot later. And it is from Lafitte's Landing, named after French pirate and privateer Jean Lafitte, whom Walt Disney wanted to feature in the original Pirates exhibit when it was going to be, get this, a glorified wax museum of various pirates that you could just kind of walk through and look at the exhibits of. We are then cast out off into our boats into the night, where a dark, quiet, and ghostly ambiance overtakes us as the boat sloshes quietly in the bromine-filled water, and it is there that our imaginations take over. What lurks in the darkness of those swamps just along the coast? What figures are out there in the dark of the trees? What history could have happened here that we are unknowingly entering into? And then it happens. A disembodied skull forms out of the pitch abyssal black, casting its ominous warning, and we, the riders, are but mere shadows drawn down into a hellish, ghostly realm of pirates and plunder where chaos reigns over a besieged coastal city. Unlike many modern rides, we aren't a part of it. We are not participants. We are merely specters, unseen by the marauding pirates and the defiant soldiers and the terrified townsfolk. Oh, look, a crab! Like I said, it is without a doubt my absolute favorite ride that I went on at both Disneyland and its sister park, Disney's California Adventure theme park. I found myself comparing this ride to all of the more modern rides and every other ride that we went on, in particular, Rise of the Resistance, my old friend ROTR. And after going on Pirates, I realized then that I didn't enjoy Rise as much as I had expected to. Like I went on and on about earlier, it is a technological marvel, yes. It's a fascinating entrance to a universe which I have been obsessed with since I was a kid. But it somehow did not capture me with the same gravitas as this nearly 60-year-old attraction did. And I think it's because of the fact that we don't partake in the story that I loved it. Pirates felt like I was literally experiencing what happens in the realm of the imagination when listening to someone tell a story. I don't need to be a Resistance member hero who valiantly escapes the forgotten stooge brother Kylo Ren. And maybe I'm an outlier, but I just don't care for that kind of self-insertion that modern rides take with the guests. Because then, that allows people to start asking stupid questions. Like, well, on Rise of the Resistance, am I really part of a massive group of people that are entering this rebel base? Is this group actually made up of men, women, and children? Or is it more in-universe than that? It becomes the MMORPG problem, where you're going through a storyline that seems utterly unique to yourself, but if you look to your left or your right, you'll see a line of other players all having the same cutscene dialogue with the NPC that you're interacting with. And even though the boats have 3 to 4 rows of seating available, it's still such a visceral experience. Everything is situated like 2 to 5 feet above you as a rider that you never really notice anybody who are sitting around you. Unless, of course, they're jerks and they're being loud and obnoxious or something. And I wish that we could get closer to those figures on the ride. And I think the nearest that you probably get is the 3 band members and Jack Sparrow. Which is another comparison I found myself making to Rise of the Resistance, is the animatronics. With Rise of the Resistance, they attempted to recreate John Boyega's likeness to varying degrees of success. And it honestly happens so quickly, and you can't really see him very well, and you got a 50-50 chance on if you do see him, that it doesn't, like, you know, you can't really see. But I still felt like I was close enough to tell that that did not look like John Boyega. And that same issue is there with the Johnny Depp Jack Sparrow animatronic. But with all the other pirates, they did something I doubt Disney will ever do again, and that is to make the human beings caricatures. Even the dog is a caricature. Because these pirates, they don't look like any person I've ever met in my life, and if they did, I'd think I would off myself, because what a horrific experience to witness that would be. That's what I truly loved about Pirates of the Caribbean and Haunted Mansion, was just how grandly stylized everything is. Yes, it is realistic, but it's just a bit far enough into the realm of being hyper-real exaggeration that conducts itself so well into a beautiful experience that I came out loving. And yeah, of course, there's a couple of controversial changes, I guess, to the ride, namely the chasing around cuckoo clock animatronics and Captain Jack Sparrow, the Red the pirate or whatever. That third one, I don't care about. I think it's cool. I think the red pirate woman, I think she looks cool. She adds a fair amount to the ride. The other ones, though, I knew that the pirates chasing the women town folk had been removed and changed a long time ago, but I never realized how stupid the execution of that was gonna be. Like, yeah, I get it. It's obviously implied sexual assault from these drunken, chaos-driven, destructive pirates. But I don't think what was added really provided much to the ride, because it just looks stupid. There are 2 or 3 of these circular animatronics that are moving constantly around pillars against a building, but now they've been reversed to be women chasing the pirates into a kind of another stereotype, almost like a Tom and Jerry cartoon where they have a broom in hand, and they're chasing after the pirates, who are now stealing like barrels and boxes or whatever, and it just adds such a strange dichotomy to this world and this city that we've seen be overtaken by pirates and is now at the whim of them, yet these little gags are going on. Like, it doesn't feel like it works, and it just feels equally as dumb. Maybe if they replaced 1 or 2 of the women with, say, like an actual soldier or a guard. If you're gonna have a soldier or like a prison guard, maybe have one of the pirates running around with his hands over his head and shackles on his wrist to establish the impending prison reveal, because in the prison we do see that the right section of it has crumbled and been partially destroyed in the barrage of the assault by the pirates. Or recast a pirate to be a woman instead of a man. Or have like some kind of weird fight happening, or like the aftermath of a fight. Not to the scope of like the sword fighting at the Disney Paris ride, but maybe a gag where one person, the person chasing, has a sword, and the one running away has the broken hilt of a sword, and you can see against one of the walls, like stuck between the bricks, is a sword blade that has been sliced and rocketed off and is now embedded into the nearby wall, and the guy with that had that happen to his sword is now hoofing it away from the other guy. I think that anything else could have worked very well just to keep in line with the story that we're seeing, because as it stands, it's just kind of like a weird outliers. And another weird outlier is Jack Sparrow. I didn't have any real issues with him, at least the part at the very end of the ride. I was fine with that. I think that that's all that he should be in it, really. There's just something that's too much of goofy humor about Jack moving along the ride with us, and is also like maneuvering to escape detection as he, I guess, hunts for treasure that doesn't really match the original comedy beats of Mark Davis and the other Imagineers that they've established on the ride. That's a big thing that I think is coming from these changes, aside from, I guess, Red the Pirate, is that these changes to that are trying to add new comedy bits just don't match what has already been established here. And like I said, the animatronic Jack Sparrow just looks so like a ghoul. I think if they took him out of the scenes during the majority of the ride and left him there at the ending, it would still work very well. It would have the same level of impact, because on our first ride, because we went on it twice, it was beautifully timed. Our boat began to lift and got right there at the edge of the arch thing, whatever the rickety thing is that you ride up, right as he began singing along with the overall music. And right as I passed him, he looked at me with his ghoulish little eyes, and he has, like, you know, his lines about, oh, drink up me heart. Like, he speaks to the rider, essentially. He breaks the fourth wall, and he spoke to us as we're ascending out of the imagination of this pirate story that we went into, and we are now breaking back into reality. It's almost like he's taking the form of the person telling us this story by doing this, noting that this is the end of the story, and that we open our eyes and we're now back around the campfire and we're ready to hear another.
One fine day, Pooh was looking about for the 100-acre wood at Disneyland.
My goodness.
But everything he saw seemed too grand, too chilly, or too scary.
Oh, dear.
Until a young boy
Come on, Pooh.
helped him find home sweet home, filled with blustery winds, floody places, and heffalumps and woozles. Come ride the many adventures of Winnie the Pooh.
Nice place, Pooh.
Oh, I like it.
New at the Disneyland Resort.
I know what you're thinking. What is that title for a segment in a video about my trip to Disneyland? Well, strap in, folks, because this segment and this area of the video is gonna be strange, disconnected tale of sweet treats, drinking water, boat rides, and hard hats. Because this was a moment in our day where we just really didn't have any clear purpose. It was a prime time for one of, if not the most bizarre events that happened on the entire trip. It was nearing around 4 to 5 p.m. We were still anxiously awaiting, in anticipation, our virtual queue number, 134 grouping, to reach its spot at the Haunted Mansion. We were at the park opening, got that virtual queue, and we're immediately already at 134. It was insane. And we were also waiting for our reservation at Ooga's Cantina in Galaxy's Edge, which was at 5:30. That was the only reservation we bothered doing because we wanted to focus on experiencing the rest of the park rather than the restaurants and stuff. Maybe if we go back sometime, we'll do all the other reservations. If you notice those 2 times that I just mentioned to you, it's getting kind of close to that Ooga's Cantina reservation. And I had a growing suspicion and worry that the virtual queue and Ooga's Cantina could or would come to overlap. But for now, we couldn't worry about that. We disembarked the Pirates ride and sauntered through Nolan's Square and ambled our way past the Haunted Mansion still under construction. And we looked out upon the exciting ride we would hopefully, Walt willing, be able to ride at some point. I was in constant fear that it would break down and we wouldn't be able to, because we only came here for one day. But we continued, and I was fascinated by the Mark Twain and the Columbia as they cruised past or docked along the banks of the rivers of America. And I watched the occasional fools who decided to go to Disneyland to experience canoeing, and the flocks of Disney ducks trying to not be careened by the rafts going to and from Tom Sawyer Island. And so we continued our way towards the many adventures of the Winnie the Pooh and the closed for refurbishment Hungry Bear establishment, as I sort of just blindly led us along like a child entirely new to the world, because really I was. Everything was new and surprising and wonderful to witness for me. I'd never, been to this part of the park before. We didn't go this way. We went the other way to get to Galaxy's Edge earlier, and I accidentally led us to the dead end where Pooh's Corner resides. My wife did suggest that we go on the Many Adventures ride, but upon seeing the massive line and ridiculous wait time of nearly 40 minutes, I decided well against that, because I didn't think it was worth it. So we went up to the shops, and at the end of this little woodland trail, where the true Pooh Corner is.
Is it supposed to be his birthday or something? Oh, yeah.
Inside, we found the cutest store in the whole park, with a fascinating look into how the bakers craft the sweet treats that are available for purchase. My wife got a Rice Krispie coated in chocolate with M&Ms coated over top, and I, on the other hand, purchased a Tigger tail. And I wanted so desperately to walk out of that store and stand across from the roped-off character meet and greet where Tigger was minding his own business, joyfully frolicking with excited park-goers of all ages, and just slowly eat that Tigger tail and remind him of why he is the last of the Tiggers. But not before we refilled her official Starbucks Disney cup with water. Not just any water. This is Pooh water, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce you to this. We took to calling it that, obviously, for comedic effect. Apparently these are somewhat new to the park, I guess. I'm not too sure. Which, if that's true, seems absolutely insane to me. But knowing the history of Disneyland and how they had to, on the opening day, decide either water fountains or working plumbing, I suppose it's not too shocking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you right now, the Pooh water is the absolute best water that I had from multiple Disneyland water refill stations the entire day. The only one that dared to get close to the excellent, cool, and filtered water of Pooh Corner was the one that you get kind of exiting Smuggler's Run in like that back hallway section. And I'm still disappointed that I couldn't find the water dispenser with the Diet Noga in the tank. Where the hell is that? But viewers watching this, I am totally serious when I say that we specifically went all the way back to Pooh Corner several times that day to refill our cup with Pooh water. And all the other water refill stations we came across were either mediocre quality water or far too long of a line to wait. But the resoundingly worst water station that we experienced was, unsurprisingly, located right to my most detested ride, Autopia. That water was disgusting. It was warm, and it took us a couple tries to finally get water that wasn't murky and horrible. If you're going to Disneyland anytime soon, I don't recommend drinking the water located right next to the gas-powered tiny automobile ride. So we left Pooh Corner with our little sweet treats in hand, our water supply perfectly refreshed thanks to Winnie the Pooh's patented Pooh water. And then we kind of had to walk all the way across Disneyland looking for literally any place to stop and eat. Oh my God, why are there so many people here? When does it end? Aren't there some secret sitting spots we can go to? What's the point of these Disney vloggers if they just keep revealing the secret spots no one else goes to?
God, it's almost like they don't want people to stop and sit down.
Yeah?
But finally, we found a little area across from Small World next to a pond where the Halle Bailey version of Ariel was hanging out with a couple of fans. And there we sat, and there I finally tried the Tigger tail.
Stop being so weird. Like...
Oh. Oh my God.
What?
It's really orangey and really caramelly.
The first bite, as you saw, was a complete surprise to the senses because the orange flavoring is very strong, mixed with caramel, and I also bit the stick by accident. But after that, it was delicious. It's essentially a cylinder of marshmallow, just coated in various things. And I knew at that moment, of that delicious, delicious moment, what it must have felt like to have been a captain on a boat full of Galapagos tortoises. Also, the M&M Rice Krispie are pretty good as well. So with my treat in my stomach and her leftover treat wrapped up in a bag and tucked into her lounge fly, we decided to wander into the realm of Disney unlike any other. A place where time moves at 24 frames per second, where everything is bright and cel-shaded, every item is sentient, and Mickey Mouse rules in his conceited kingly status over Toontown. And yeah, there's really not much to do in Toontown if you're an adult, so we decided to check out Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, which, oh my God, was a 65-minute wait, and it wasn't worth it. Sure, the queue and waiting and looking at all this stuff is fun. You know, I love the design aspect and the set design of all of it, and the Easter eggs and references to past Disney shorts is cool, but, oh my God, was that not worth it? Do not wait in that line if it's over 30 minutes, maybe. Also, what's with the weird stains on the railing of the ride queue? Like, what is that? It looks like somebody was stabbed and left a trail of blood in their wake. And for some reason, after this, I got it into my head that this was the first trackless ride that Disney ever concocted. And I don't know why. But I think it might have been for two reasons. One, it was the first Disney ride to actually feature Mickey Mouse as a character. And two, it feels like it's 8 to 10 years old when it's not. For a ride that opened only in 2020, it sure does feel dated in a way that isn't good. It's not like a quaint or nostalgic dated. It feels like a rushed idea with not a lot of thought into the ride itself, and kind of reminded me of videos I've seen of the Walt Awful DCA opening day ride, Superstar Limo. Could it have been something to do with the fact that we waited in the El Capitan movie theater queue for about an hour? Possibly, but it's not a terrible ride, but it's also not a terribly good ride. And it's quite fascinating just how the Imagineers and designers worked to transfer the art style of the Paul Ruddish Mickey Mouse series into 3 dimensions, which honestly doesn't look great when you see it close up. Like, if you squint and sort of lean back on the ride, I guess it might look better, but it's just odd looking. It's really off-putting if you look a little too close to Mickey's head and see his disgusting schnoz just jutting out of the circle that comprises his noggin. And it is interesting to compare this to the other trackless ride at Disneyland, Rise of the Resistance. Why does it always come back to ROTR? It's a big issue, because a big issue that I saw online in discussions regarding trackless rides is that the ride itself comes off as feeling very empty when compared to others, because obviously the vehicles can move anywhere that they want to, which means that the areas of the ride have to be empty compared to others. So all of the effects and events that are happening on the rides all happen around you on the walls, and it's very clear that this becomes like a four-quarter or a cylinder sort of building structure, which works on something like Haunted Mansion or Pirates, because it's like you're being told a story, and you sort of can look at everything, you get time to look at it all. Whereas with a trackless ride, we again go into the whole, you are in the story. So there's plenty of things you can miss, which I would imagine is an aspect that they put in there purposefully to get people to keep going on the rides. But I felt that ROTR had this one beat on that aspect. And I think that might just be my bias for Star Wars coming through, because I was fanboying out at everything, from a crate to the classic white panel light walls, for God's sake. But looking back, there's really not much that happens outside of the First Order AT-AT or the cannons, which, due to the heft and the issues that might arise from the ride breaking down and the ride vehicle getting stuck to some slight structural damage, no longer move. But looking back, there's really not much that happens outside of the First Order AT-AT or the cannons, which, due to the heft of causing some slight structural damage, not to mention the risk of one breaking down, possibly trapping a car, or worse, hitting a ride car, no longer move. But everything else is just kind of like Runaway Railway. Kylo Ren and Daisy both use magical powers to make the ride cars move around back and forth as they wiggle their arms around. Finally, the song. I found myself singing it for a little while after the ride until Grim Grinning Ghosts just overtook my mind. But it is a very fun ride. I did like that stuff for the most part. But I think my favorite part of this whole experience on Runaway Railway was a weird moment right at the end where the ride got a little too backed up, and so we were stopped there, and then Mickey and Minnie stopped singing the song, and they just kind of sit there in awkward silence like they don't know what to do. And then Mickey just kind of stared at us for a while, and I wish that I got it recorded because it was so awkward. I've never felt more awkward with an animatronic in my life. After we disembarked, then, we waltzed over to the Cafe Daisy in Toontown Square. My wife ordered the cheesy pizza flopover, and I went with the Daisy Dog, which means it's time for taste and flavor. The foot-long Daisy Dog tasted like your typical theme park mass-produced hot dog. There was nothing special with either the meat or the bun. 2 points. And the pizza thing was alright. Presentation, I didn't even bother taking a photo of the food. It was that lackluster. 1 point. Portion size. It's a foot-long hot dog and some a little weird pizza thingy. The bun is slightly above average, I guess you can say, but the bun is still smaller to really emphasize the size of the sausage. 2 points. Value for money. The Daisy Dog was $13.49 plus tax. For a foot-long hot dog that doesn't taste great, 1 point. Uniqueness and Disney magic. Although a fair amount of the food at Cafe Daisy did have fun, silly, sort of classic Disney character-inspired names, There's nothing very wondrous or cartoony about any of it. Like, it's a meal in Toontown. I don't know, you can't add some kind of food coloring or something, I guess. Maybe make the tinfoil wrapper look special. Really make it feel like I'm eating a delicious food straight out of a cartoon. Apparently not. 1 point. And again, like I said, my wife got the pizza flop over, which was just a cheap-tasting pizza. And honestly, from the pieces that I tried of it, it gets pretty much the same scoring. Which leaves Cafe Daisy at a total of 7 points out of a possible 25. But that's not where our adventure in Toontown ended. No. Because as we were sat there, outside the exit to Runaway Railway in the aforementioned, town square just before the town hall building, I had a conversation with a cleaning custodial attendant cast member. He was a friendly guy who was eager to chat, and it started briefly as a casual small talk and then quickly turned into one of the most unexpected things possible. Because he began telling me about a therapist that he once knew, an Italian-American psychiatrist back in the 1960s who had allegedly amassed dozens of mail-order degrees when such a thing was possible. And despite this fraudulent activity, he managed to work for a few big companies like Rockwell International and was paid very well. But here's where it really picked up in the story. Because apparently this Italian-American psychiatrist with fake degrees in the 1960s had a side hustle. He piloted boats from Cuba to the mainland to smuggle cigarettes in order to bypass any import tax. And I learned all of this as I sat in a cartoon town eating a foot-long hot dog, all because I wore my Miskatonic University shirt, a shirt of a made-up university from an H.P. Lovecraft story. And if my wife hadn't been there and I hadn't been on my first trip to Disneyland, who knows what could have happened. I could have been talking to that guy for hours and I would have loved every moment and to have learned and heard more of his crazy stories. But unfortunately, she wanted no part of it, and we sat there eating, and honestly, like I said, I was at Disney to see all the stuff I'd never have, not to talk to somebody about a phony psychiatrist cigarette smuggler. Hopefully he's there the next time we go, and I can reconnect with him. So we left Toontown after getting some water from their very average quality water station. It's no Pooh water. And as I mentioned earlier, we still had a lot of time to kill. So we strolled out from beneath the berm of Toontown, and I witnessed perhaps the most beautiful view you can get of the Matterhorn and the subsequent monorail passing by it. And then we entered Storybook Land. Why? Because I love miniatures. I don't have much to note regarding the Storybook ride, other than that the line is ridiculously long for some reason. Is it really that popular, or is it just the fact that kids can go on it? Also, the miniatures are just wonderful, and I love the giant ducks in the scenery. Cast member's voice coming through that horribly low-quality speaker, which even though I was sat right next to her, I could still barely hear her, was so relaxing that it kind of started giving me ASMR and making me fall asleep. But as we got off the Storybook ride, which my wife almost fell off of, we checked our virtual queue for the Haunted Mansion and discovered it was close. Maybe 4 to 5 groups ahead of us. So it was getting very near. So was our reservation to Oga's Cantina. So we elected to march back across Disneyland into Frontierland and Nowlan Square, hoping that by the time we would get there, our queue would be close enough. And we stopped at some random shops to see all of the exact same merch that you see at all the other stores. And then we just sat there at the waterfront wondering what we were going to do. Our virtual queue now only a few spots away, but our Cantina reservations were about to open. And we checked the fine print and discovered that with the virtual queue, we would have an hour from the time of our Haunted Mansion activating to check into the ride, meaning that since it had just activated at 5:31 p.m., we had until 6:30 p.m. to make it back and hopefully get through the line to the Haunted Mansion. Our Cantina reservations, I think I might have misspoken earlier when I said the time. They were at 6 p.m., but we could check in 10 minutes early, so we did that and went there around 5:50 or so. and we decided to make most of our time and money because apparently they'll still charge you something for the reservation if you don't show up. And so we went up beyond Pooh Corner into Galaxy's Edge in the hopes that we could get our reservation opened early at Oga's and seated quickly enough, with a desperate hope that the seating and servers would go fast and get us back to the Haunted Mansion within the hour. I figured we could clear that time, but honestly, I had no idea. We Jimmy scrambled through the streets of Black Spire Outpost, winding through the crowds in search of wherever the heck Oga's Cantina is located, and we checked in very confusingly. Thank you to the cast members who helped us out. So we did that, waited around for a few minutes, and then were led inside by a wonderful member of Oga's staff. Now, here's the thing that nobody really tells you about Oga's Cantina. While it's crazy of a sight to behold, especially as a Star Wars fan, and how it feels like an actual club when you're in there, there are two elements to the establishment: the seated booths and then the standing areas of the tables and the bar itself. The booths are for guests who have reservations, but there aren't enough, and that means that you don't get a booth to yourself. At the time we were there, we got set with a kind family who gave us some pointers on the upcoming trip to Disney's California Adventure theme park, and then they left, and the server brought another couple to the booth, and then another couple to the booth, and then a mother and her daughter, and then a group of maybe 7 people who were all supposed to somehow fit into this booth that already had about 6 people in it. The standing zone, as we learned, was just for walk-ups, and that seemed far more in line with any proper bar experience, and it seemed way more fun to be over there in that crowd than stuck over here in a group of schmucks that you don't even know. And yeah, we did have a good time hanging out and talking to the people that were there, but this was like the first time that most of the couples and us ourselves were there, and we were all disappointed by the fact that we just got assorted random booths with other people, and you know, you also have a countdown timer, if you're unaware, of roughly 45 minutes. So now I'm gonna kind of jump around in the timeline of the day, which you really wouldn't know unless I told you, because we ordered our drinks. She got non-alcoholic, I got alcoholic because I'm an alcoholic, and guzzled them down and had a lively chat with the others at the table. Then I stole the Star Wars themed coasters and wished the others luck with the ridiculous seating arrangements, and we took off back to the Haunted Mansion, which, spoiler alert, we did make in time, and we rode on. And then we went to my old pal Winnie the Pooh's ride before re-entering Galaxy's Edge to finally take a look around. And it was on this march back to the Haunted Mansion that I learned something interesting about the cast members, specifically the security guards. You know, the security guard hats that they all have, the big wide brim white ones, they apparently double as hard hats. How cool is that? It has nothing to do with anything in this video. It's just something that I found out because I didn't even realize that the guy walking ahead of us with a cool hat was a security guard when I complimented him on the hat. He just said thanks, and he goes, "It's a hard hat," and knocked on it and revealed, in fact, it is a hard hat. It's just something neat. And now we jump around in time to discuss
Unbelievable! Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is the most immersive themed land that Walt Disney Imagineering has ever built. I'm lucky to be able to do that for a living. We're really adding so many layers of details to everything we build so that all the Star Wars stories that you know and love will come to life.
How long have you all been working on this?
Walt Disney Imagineering has been working on Star Wars Galaxy's Edge for well over 5 years.
Can you tell us a little more about the attractions here?
We have 2 new state-of-the-art attractions that will provide guests with things they've never experienced in Disney parks before.
I'm so excited. Thank you for this once-in-a-lifetime tour. We can't wait to come back.
Star Wars Galaxy's Edge launches May 31st at Disneyland Resort in Anaheim and August 29th at Walt Disney World Resort in Florida.
The classic saying goes, constraint and limitation breeds creativity. But in the case of Galaxy's Edge, the constraints, budget cuts, and a sharp focus on sales seems to have completely stifled it instead. Rather than being a place where the Star Wars galaxy is realized into existence, it's just a commercialized vision trimmed to the barest minimum to fit within the financial limits and tailored to maximize the spending of park goers' money. Batuu, Galaxy's Edge, Star Wars Land, it promised a place where imagination could run wild, a totally different experience than anything Disney has ever done before. An incredible journey to a reality that rendered the childhoods of millions one that was full of wonder, excitement, imagination, creativity, new, boundless worlds, creatures, species, people, and they turned it into a shopping mall. Yeah, it's really nothing more than a finely set, dressed shopping mall, where some shopping malls have those weird bungee setup things. This mall has the Millennium Falcon in it. Where a shopping mall has the Rainforest Cafe, this mall has Oga's Cantina and Docking Bay and that cart that sells the weird little colored popcorn. Although I guess both this mall and actual malls have that weird popcorn cart. And just like any shopping mall, there are very little seating options to ensure the continual flow of foot traffic for this experience where the main activity is shopping. Immerse yourself at Galaxy's Edge by spending more credits. Bright suns, that'll be 45 credits. Happy moons, or whatever they say at night, that'll be 250 credits to build your lightsaber. 100 credits for a foot-tall droid. It's the classic tradition of shopping malls of old, say in the 90s, was that they would get special celebrity guests and stars to come for like pseudo-conventions and autograph signings. They would be set in the grand halls of the mall outside of the stores sometimes, or there would be a specifically allocated place. These are classic places where fans of a galaxy far, far away could meet actors of characters that you have never heard of, nor would you ever recognize. People who would, you know, play a background alien, or a Ewok, or a Stormtrooper, or like one of Jabba's guards. Maybe you'd have Lobot there, or Uncle Owen. You know, that kind. Not the A-listers, but everybody beneath them would be at these sort of appearances. And that mall tradition is continued here with the occasional appearances of Stormtroopers, Rey, Chewbacca, R2-D2, V. Maradi, Ahsoka Tano, the Mandalorian, and Yobi, and if you're lucky, those little BD droids that are so adorable. Not to mention the cast members who work so hard to keep the experience going for the park goers and guests, although most of them did seem tired and not really into the Star Wars experience, outside of the very lovely host at Oga's Cantina, who I did not get her name, and I wish I did. She was very lively and kept in character, especially when I explained to her that this was both my first time to Batuu and all of this, referencing my first time at the park, which she got immediately. And she was like, oh my goodness! Like, she got excited for me. Oh, and of course the crew member on the Millennium Falcon ride who, greeted us and was giving us the rundown. He was really cool and fun to interact with. I had a great, I guess you could say, in-world conversation about what the insurance policy of Onaka Transportation Solutions is, and the subsequent informing him and to the crew that I, the pilot, had only ever driven land speeders, and I had partaken in some Jawa juice beforehand. So that was very fun. But let's discuss the Oga's Cantina in the room. As I said, the methods of which you get in and out are so rushed and ludicrously limited. I do believe it is a 45-minute window that guests have, which they're allowed in there before I guess they get escorted out or something. I can't even remember what it is that my wife or I ordered to drink because we were just in such a rush to get through the experience. And even if we weren't, I really don't know if I would have enjoyed it very much, because outside of the decor and the former Captain Rex now taking up duties of a DJ that occasionally breaks into his former Star Tours guide spiel, there wasn't really anything different going on than an actual club. There was a First Order officer who came in to inspect, And there was a member of our table who ratted out his wife as like a rebel resistance believer, who just kind of said that he'll make note of this and then just kept walking around. So that was a disappointing interaction. I figured that there would be a moment maybe where like the stormtroopers and the officers come in and like the music's shut off and it's like a, it's like a police raid or something, right? Which I feel like is something I saw years ago when it first opened, but I guess they stopped doing that because instead everything just kept going on. People chattered, music played, drinks were imbibed. I don't know. Oga's Cantina really is, in essence, a microcosmic experience of what Galaxy's Edge is as a whole on a macrocosmic scale. It encapsulates everything I thought and then experienced with Galaxy's Edge, encapsulated into one crowded, loud, Star Wars-themed bar and nightclub. Which, if they wanted to do that, they should have made it, an actual nightclub, like the fabled Pleasure Island that used to be at Disney World. And hey, if you want kids to experience it, make it a timed area. After a certain time, minors aren't allowed in, or there's multiple stories, and like the ground floors for families and the upper floors for partying or something. It's a tall building. But no, that's not what they did. While Batuu and Galaxy's Edge as a whole is undeniably a detailed and visually stunning, especially at night when the beautiful lights shimmer against the actual black spires of the planet, I still found that it left me with a feeling that I was just in nothing more than an elaborate mall that's the size of a food court. Just another piece of an integral part of a just well-designed sales funnel. Because none of it really, truly felt special. Which is insane, because I love Star Wars. Every year I re-listen to a Star Wars-based podcast called Star Wars in Character from Neozaz, which is about just the most obscure and minorest of characters in Star Wars Galaxy. And I own hundreds of Star Wars toys. I have all the movies. I've made fan edits of them. And I've watched all the shows. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. And yet, going to a place where it has been made into a reality was just so horribly disappointing for me. Looking at shops yielding nothing more than a chuckle of, oh, they made this? I had expected to leave there carrying pounds of merchandise that my wife would buy at Disney proper and that I would buy at Star Wars Land. But it's all just such mindless, meandering items that I just had no place to put at home and I didn't want. I don't need a lightsaber. I don't want a lightsaber. And the only thing I actually bought at Galaxy's Edge that I kept was, I guess, those coasters I took, the thermal detonator, and then a blue milk, which was delicious. Taste and flavor for the blue milk, it was wonderfully delicious, like I said, in every way possible, and no way than I ever would have expected. The drink is served cold and frosted, and it's kind of like a slushie, which I was shocked by. 5 points. Presentation, it does just come in a fairly basic plastic cup, but I suppose it kind of resembles the cup that Luke drank from, but I'm still gonna give it 3 points. Portion size, it's a very good sized drink. I had it for quite a while on our walk out and around into the park proper, so I'm going to give it 5 points. Value for money, it's a surprisingly cheaper price than any other drink or food in the park. A blue or green milk is only $8.99, and I think that that's a pretty great value for what you're getting. It's a very tasty drink, and like I said, it's a pretty hefty cup size too. I would have bought another if I had known how good it was gonna be. 5 points. Uniqueness and Disney magic, it leans more into the Star Wars magic, I guess, and it's a weird looking milk stand that's set up on the corner of a Black Spire Outpost street. It's very unique and it's cool because it's blue milk. This is what Luke Skywalker was drinking with Owen and Beru. This is apparently what Bantha milk tastes like. Does it naturally come out frosted? 5 points. So I give the milk stand in blue milk 23 points out of a possible 25. Shoe? A sock? What was that?
A sock, I guess.
Ooh, a sock.
This doesn't have the same effect as the normal ride.
If you can see the floor, there's room for more. It's time to discuss my most anticipated ride at Disneyland, the Haunted Mansion. Wait, what? It's Nightmare Before Christmas themed? Why? It's Halloween! Why is it Christmas and Nightmare Before Christmas themed for Halloween? Why don't they do that in November? What is the point of that? I don't understand that, and when I learned that it would be this theme when we came here, I was exponentially disappointed. I still wanted to go on it to see it, but I just don't get it. Because of all the times of the year to ride the actual Haunted Mansion, you would think that October and Halloween would be the time to do it. But no, for some reason they've decided to make it Haunted Mansion themed for Halloween, which makes no sense, even story-wise, from the film itself, because it's not like in the storyline or in the movie, they turn Halloween into their own version of Christmas, because the movie begins on Halloween and then goes from seemingly the day after Halloween, November 1st, into Christmas. There's about a 2-month time span that movie takes place, in which they take over Christmas. So why is... my mind is blown. I don't understand it. I think it's stupid. I think it's ridiculous. And if you don't agree with me, here's what former Mouseketeer Ryan Gosling had to say about it.
One over the other?
I don't really, I'm more about the Haunted Mansion.
Ooh, Christmas time or regular time?
No, I'm very upset about the Christmas time situation.
Halloween? Jack?
Yeah,
You don't like Jack?
I don't like it at all.
Why?
You do it at Halloween. They bring Christmas into Halloween.
Yes.
That's a terrible idea.
What's your favorite
Let's
ride?
leave Christmas at Christmas.
Okay,
You know what I
fine,
mean? Because
fair
at
point.
Halloween, you want to go to the Haunted Mansion ride
And
have like
experience-
spooky things.
yes.
And when you get at the end and you're in the buggy, you know?
and you have jingle
the
bells.
buggy, and you
Throw
got like a
smoke.
present, you have a ghost candy cane next to you, that's not scary.
So if you couldn't tell, I've always been an odd kid. Halloween has always been my favorite holiday, even though, funnily enough, I was terrified of horror movies until I was in high school. Every year, my grandparents and I would go all out on decorating our front yard. We'd construct a graveyard across the whole front yard of our house. We'd make, my grandpa would make PVC pipe mannequins that we would then dress up in various outfits and attires to look like, you know, just creepy people standing around. The side of the house would be lined with decorations and lights, and all the bushes and trees would be filled with everything. We'd have fog machines going. I would dress up as whatever monster thing I would be that year and stand alongside of our driveway that led up to where we were handing out candy, and I would stand there motionless like a mannequin until people got a little too close, and then I'd scare them. And I was also obsessed with the stories of ghosts and hauntings and kind of unrelated, I suppose, UFOs, aliens, and cryptids as a kid. I loved all of this weird occult stuff like that. I was way into it, and I still am. So there was always something growing up about the idea of the Haunted Mansion that pulled me into it. The decadent halls of this gothic manor succumb to the ghostly echoes of its former residents. Like I said, I've always been into those spooky ideas. I believe in ghosts. I read books on hauntings and folklore and mythology, and watched documentaries and found footage online. I was obsessed, and still am obsessed, with Ghostbusters. I even loved the 2003 Haunted Mansion film. But not for the story, not for Eddie Murphy and his plight to save his wife and family or whatever. I was in love with the ghosts and the zombies and the singing busts, the creatures and ghouls that were crafted by Rick Baker, and these things that terrified me the most eventually became what I love. And I have at least, on this bookshelf right here, just off camera, a dozen antique books covering folklore and fairy tales and monsters and creatures of the night, ghosts, alien encounters, vampires, etc. I am into the spooky ghost stuff. And then I discovered that it was gonna be Nightmare Before Christmas themed. Don't get me wrong, I love Nightmare Before Christmas. I've seen it countless times. It was a weird gothic stop-motion musical with creepy monsters, and I was obviously obsessed with it. But as both I and Ryan Gosling have stated, it doesn't make sense to outfit the Haunted Mansion to be Christmas-themed for Halloween. That should start the day that all the Christmas junk goes up in November. Before then, it just makes me irrationally angry. Early concepts for the Haunted Mansion was originally meant to be, just like the Pirates of the Caribbean, a walking attraction featuring something. They never really got that part worked out. But then Imagineer and animator John Hench came along and said, quote, "You can have a friendly feeling about ghosts if you've made such that they were like retired actors from the stage, and they loved the audience." And that is the idea that seemingly Walt Disney fell in love with and pushed and proposed for what the ride should be. For this ride, the team assembled was Ken Anderson, the character designer and designer of the actual mansion itself, along with the legendary Imagineer, Illusioneer, animator, layout artist, writer, magician, inventor, Yale Gracie, and of course, the other legendary member of this corps, Rolly Crump. Also, do you remember the World's Fair from 1964 and 1965 that I mentioned earlier? Yeah, that also affected the Haunted Mansion, because that caused all the time and effort, because that caused every other project to be halted and in pure focus on that, meaning that the mansion building itself sat derelict and unopened under the guise that it was leasing out the space to any interested guests via the Ghost Relations Department of Disneyland. And now we loop back around to Nolan Square and the $15 million construction of it. Pirates of the Caribbean, as we all know, took precedent, primarily due to it having an actual clear direction of a ride, something that at this time, the Haunted Mansion still did not, because it was sitting in a strange limbo of, are we supposed to make it scary, or is it supposed to be funny? What is it even going to be? How is it gonna work? What are we going to do? And what do you do but bring in Mark Davis, Gag King of Disney and my friend from the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. Which of course meant that to the Imagineers and Walt, that the ride was going to focus more on the humorous aspect. If you bring in the Gag King of Disney, what are you expecting? But at that same time, there were two art directors assigned to working on the Haunted Mansion. Claude Coates now came on to assist. He's also from Pirates. So on one side, you have Mark Davis, the Gag King of Disney, crafting fun scenes, characters, scenarios, and on the other side you have Claude Coates, whose focus was more on the drama and the feeling and the atmosphere of the mansion, where you can, he wanted you to physically feel the chills through some sort of rigorous circuitous machinery that would cool the areas in specific parts of the ride. And in between these two were Yale Gracie and Rolly Crump just screwing around with the janitors. But eventually, after a fair amount of turmoil and waiting and finally figuring out what the heck they were going to do with this ride, the Haunted Mansion opened its gates at last in August 1969. And just as Pirates has Ex Atencio as its speaker of the skull, the Haunted Mansion has the memorable voice of Paul Frees. The queue is incredible. Everybody can agree on that, I think. It's so cool to see. But I feel like you can't really comment on just how great it all is due to the Haunted Mansion holiday overlay. And I can just not express to you enough, or maybe I have expressed to you enough by how much I'm bringing it up, just how disappointed I was not to be able to go on the normal version of the ride. But I digress. Kinda. Aside from the stretching room elevators, nothing of the ride actually takes place in the actual mansion, which if you're a big Disney fan, I'm sure you already know that. The mansion itself is purely a facade that simply hides the queue, and in another similar way to Pirates, the stretching room is actually an elevator that lifts you down, at least at the Disneyland version, into a basement level that leads you once more beneath the railroad and then into a massive bare white warehouse, or showbox as it's called in Imagineering, at 1313 Disneyland Drive, Anaheim, California. What is it with all of my favorite rides involving some kind of subterranean aspect? Of course, this then leads you into the seance room, in which we find Madame Leota, spelled in this standard operating procedure manual that I found from May 1975 with an I instead of an E, and also 2 T's, so that's interesting, I guess. She was played by 2 women, Leota Toombs, a Disney Imagineer who portrayed the incorporeal visage of the Madame's head, while Eleanor Audley, perhaps most well known for her role as Maleficent in Sleeping Beauty, provided the voice of the fair ghostly medium. And finally, we reach Disney's piece de resistance, the Grand Hall. Using a magician's method from the late 1800s called Pepper's Ghost, created by John Henry Pepper, it is a technique that is so simple yet so incredibly effective. In the 1975 operating manual that I found, this room is described as, quote, a birthday party taking place around a long, dusty dining room table. The ghostess has invited her friends of the spirit world to share her birthday cake, to dance and play as ghosts of many periods in history appear and disappear as the pipe organ sounds a merry waltz. And boy, does it, I assume, because, again, the Christmas version, while still cool and fascinating to witness, doesn't have the same effect as the normal real version of it. There's a ghost of a toy train down there. Moving onward and technically upward, we reach room number 9, the attic, home of the infamous Hatbox Ghost. Now, there are hours and hours of discussion on the Hatbox Ghost online, no doubt in part due to what I'm briefly about to tell you, but also due to his design. Hatbox Ghost is, to my recollection at least, the most devious and scary ghost featured throughout the ride. At least as prominently as he was, or is, which makes perfect sense as to why Gerard Leto was cast as him in the 2023 Haunted Mansion film. So the Hatbox Ghost apparently appeared in early previews of the ride in the subsequent August debut in 1969. However, he was quickly removed, and removed it would be from the ride for the next 45 years. Why? This Yale Gracie creation used what you would expect to be a fairly simple optical illusion in which a spotlight would be cast on the face of the ghost, and at the same time the light would then ignite inside of the translucent hat box as the light on the face would disperse. Unfortunately, the lighting conditions in the workshop that it was created in and tested in were not the same as the ride itself, which caused both of the faces to be seen at the same time. It didn't work. And as someone who gets what some might say is irrationally upset at mistakes or mishaps in my own art or projects, I cannot imagine the feeling that someone like Yale Gracie felt when this happened. And then, possibly the worst part is that it makes it all the way to the debut of the ride itself, and the actual opening. I'm getting upset just thinking about it. Like, if I were in his place at the time, I don't think I would have been able to sleep properly. But after about a week or so, the Hatbox Ghost was removed, and like Space Mountain, was put on hold until the technology was there, which it finally became up to snuff with the power of computers in the mid-2010s, when Imagineer Daniel Joseph, acolyte of Gracie, pushed to return the infamously famous Hatbox Ghost back onto the ride. Joseph was so passionate about it that he recreated a model of the Hatbox Ghost in his garage and formulated like a program of how it would work in modern day, in his off time at home. But finally, the great unfinished work of Yale Gracie has finally been completed, and on our ride, we arrived right on time to witness the perfect transition of the Hatbox Ghost, and it was something incredible to witness. Then we arrived at room number 10, the Graveyard. As described in the manual, a private park and playground of the spooks who haunt and inhabit the Haunted Mansion, where crypt doors creak and tombstones quake as the spirits join in to sing Grim, Grinning Ghosts. It is just an incredible blacklight sight to behold on top of the Grim, Grinning Ghosts, written by Ex Atencio after his successful sea shanty that is the Pirates of the Caribbean theme, and composed by Disney composer Buddy Baker. It is a regular graveyard smash. And of course, the big ending, room 11, the crypt where a, quote, trio of happy hitchhikers grin ghoulishly as they seek a way out. Although it is just ruined, I think, by whatever the heck they do for the Haunted Mansion Christmas version, because we got like a sock or a candy cane or something. Like, what? There's so much they could have at least done for that. They could have had one of, like, the evil toys, or, like, an actual character there, or, like, one of the ghosts from the opening intro of the film. But instead they have, like, oh, a Christmas cookie, a stocking, a candy cane. Like, what is that? That was the, like, biggest letdown, I think, of the whole ride, was when we got there and there's just a sock floating next to my head. The Haunted Mansion is such a wonderfully weird attraction. The first half is such an eerie and unnerving entrance as you're practically trapped into this mansion that you, a mortal, were foolish enough to enter. But then you realize in a true Disney fashion that you shouldn't judge those that are different, because these spooks and specters are actually fun-loving ghouls and ghosts who find the afterlife to be far more eventful than any life ever could. All, of course, except for the bride, I suppose. And I think that's really why I love it, is, well, one of the reasons, obviously. It's such a twist and turn that leaves the guests shocked and surprised at every corner of every crypt and headstone. Like I said, I love the stylized strangeness of it in the same way that I love the design aspects of Pirates of the Caribbean. It's so full of character, and as noted previously in my discussion of Pirates, it doesn't focus on the riders, except for kind of at the very end, but even then it's not much, or I guess at the beginning when the ghost host is talking to you. That's it. It isn't about how we were trapped in the mansion, even though that's the premise of the ride. Instead, it feels like a jovial fable, like something that's been plucked from one of the books I have right here on my shelf. It's almost as if it's here to remind us about the delicate balance that lingers between life and death, and that we should celebrate the oddity of life and embrace the joy and mysteries of it, where the supernatural abounds and life is truly something more, all without needing the hero's journey aspect. It's not just a haunted house, it's a story that lets you become part of a world where the eerie and supernatural is, well, the joyful natural order of things. And maybe that's why it feels so timeless. So now it's time to get into a proper discussion of the Haunted Mansion holiday, I guess. The most surprising aspect of this ride, to me, was actually the moving travelator getting into and out of the cars. I had no idea I was gonna have to chase down a ride car to get on it, which just adds such a perfectly haunted poltergeist aspect to the whole ride. But it really shocked me and kind of worried me when we climbed aboard, especially my wife, who doesn't have the best balance. Overall, I had a great time. It was a lot of fun. It was a beautiful, insane, helter-skelter form of just pure unbridled madness. And it's just a non-stop insanity that truly felt like I've fallen into a nightmarish black-lit hell of Oogie Boogie's labyrinth caverns. However, there was an issue that we came across, and that was that the ride halted around the corridor of doors and conservatory area. We weren't stopped for too long, a couple of minutes, but oh my goodness, when you're stuck there forced to listen to a bunch of plants singing backup for Kidnap the Santa Claus, it just gets to be too much.
Seated, your holiday tour will resume momentarily.
Yeah.
But afterwards, it was smooth sailing through the twisted Christmas world where Madame Leota has been turned into a Christmas ornament. And also, Oogie Boogie's there spinning his wheel, and, more importantly, Teddy. Also known as the vampire doll who tries to eat a little boy and girl in the original film, Teddy has always been my favorite evil demon toy that's featured in the movie, and seemingly he's everybody else's favorite toy based on the amount of merchandise he's been getting. But ever since a few years ago when I discovered that Disney makes merch of Teddy, I have had to have it. It all began with this little recreation of my boy Teddy that my wife bought for me for Christmas one year. It's a little plush, which you can actually see sitting right here in my Ghostbusters popcorn bucket. Honestly, it's one of the biggest redeeming factors of the ride, was all of the Teddy action. I love him so much. Look, they even made a Squishmallow toy of him that I obviously had to buy. Don't worry, fellow Teddy fans, because this is not the last that you'll be seeing or hearing me discuss about the little Teddy. But finally, we concluded the Haunted Mansion ride, something that had been built up for me for quite a while. And we escaped out into the park from those scary ghosts and evil flying socks and candy canes as the sun set over Disneyland. Like I said, we exited the Haunted Mansion about 7 p.m. and night was setting on the lean streets of Nolan Square. The stars were fading into existence, and it was also around this time that I went to the bathroom and witnessed an odd sight, but not the weirdest thing I'd see in a bathroom at Disney. It was a dad carrying his child like a rifle so that the kid would wash their hands fast enough and not dilly-dally around, because apparently they were going to be late for their dinner reservations somewhere nearby, I guess, at whatever the restaurants are in Nolan Square. It doesn't have to do with much. It's just a weird thing that I saw at night at Disneyland. So as the street lamps were heating up around the River of America, my wife and I decided to take a stroll down to Bayou Bay and witness the many adventures of Winnie the Pooh, because it was pretty much a walk-on. I don't know why, but for some reason it was totally empty there almost immediately right after we got on. So did everybody else. It was jam-packed when we got off the ride. Like, we were in line and people were starting to sort of gather up, but it wasn't many. But then when we got off the ride, by the time we had gone through completely, it was like the line was all the way back across the little bridge area that you go through to get into it. So I don't know what had happened around 7 p.m.-ish, if there was like an event that went on, and nobody was nearby, then suddenly they all showed up or something, but it was weird. And this was like a common occurrence I found, is that we just had some kind of impeccable timing with a lot of things that we did. Both Space Mountain and Rise of the Resistance happened to break down not long after we rode on them. We just had some pretty good luck, I guess. And I only have a few comments about the Winnie the Pooh ride. It is super fun and very cute. I loved it, and it turned out to be one of my favorites. But it's also a blacklight psychedelic nightmare. What in Sam Hill am I witnessing on that ride? Was this in the cartoon movie? If so, I might have just blocked it out of my memory, but nothing on any of the rides we ever went on will be as hilarious to me as when Pooh falls asleep and drifts away. I laughed just thinking about it. I was just having a ball on the actual ride watching little Pooh Bear drift off into the abyss. It's just such a funny visual that I hope they never update or get rid of, because it's just so ridiculously cheap and weird looking. Afterwards, we refilled our bottle with Pooh water and, of course, cut back through Galaxy's Edge, like I mentioned before, and then we looped around that upper section until we arrived back in Fantasyland, and my wife really wanted to go on the Snow White ride, because she had never been on it before, and so we waited in the line for an obnoxiously long amount of time, and it was 100% not worth it. Don't go on that ride. It sucks. At this point, it was nearing about 8:30, and the cast members were cordoning off the park for the upcoming fireworks show. We descended across the pavilion as hundreds had already staked out their spots to watch the Halloween-themed firework and projections, or whatever it is. And we cut across back to Tomorrowland, where we had a lightning lane for Buzz Lightyear's ASTRO-BLASTERS. The queue for this ride is quite fun. I really enjoyed all the artwork featuring Buzz, the aliens, the knockoff Star Command characters. Seriously, why doesn't it have the characters from the cartoon? Ride itself is very confusing. My wife had gone on it before, but not recently, and I, of course, have never been on it. But I just had no clue as to what I was supposed to be doing or how exactly the blasters were supposed to work. But I did somehow get a higher score than she did. Ha ha! And as we were leaving to get our photos from our time on the ride, I heard an employee walk by and say, "Someone got 1,000,000. How? How is getting 1,000,000 points on that ride possible? And why did they say it in such a way that created a sort of mythological standing of whoever this mysterious figure, this messianic figure for ASTRO-BLASTERS is, that got 1,000,000 points?" But after that, we were off to the Matterhorn. And unfortunately, I forgot my Lederhosen. This was around 9 p.m., and in retrospect, we probably should have waited a little longer to use our lightning lane for the Matterhorn so that we could see the fireworks while we were riding on it. That would have been a better idea, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Whenever Walt Disney goes anywhere in the world, he likes to bring back something for the park. And so when Walt was on location last year in Switzerland and saw the Matterhorn, he thought, say, that would make a nice souvenir for Disneyland. Well, there it is. Not the real mountain, of course, because even Walt couldn't bring the Matterhorn back.
Now, the Matterhorn is an interesting ride. I brought it up briefly earlier when we was talking about Space Mountain. I'm not going to go into that much detail like I have for all the past rides that have really interested me, because I wasn't that impressed by the Matterhorn. It wasn't very exciting or neat. I like the sound of it for some reason. For some reason, that sound of the sleds is very satisfying to me in a way that Autopia is not. But with the Matterhorn, I understand its influence and how important it was to the park. It's just the fact that the most exciting and scariest part of the whole thrill ride that it is was when I was freaking out that all of my stuff would go flying away. Like I said, we only bought her one Loungefly backpack to keep some stuff in, and a little alien popcorn bucket she bought was taking up most of the space. So I took the Loungefly, shoved in my sunnies and my wallet and whatever she needed, and we sat down and got situated into the bobsled, and I kept my cellular telephone and the charging block that I had it connected to in my back pocket, because I figured if I shoved them both into the one back pocket my pants had, my fat ass would be sufficient in keeping them in place and secured. And then we moved forward into the preparation area right before you ascend, you know, when the cast members making sure you have the harness and everything buckled in correctly. That is when I heard something to my left, and then I heard something to my right. And I looked down, and on this side was the charging block, and on my right side was my phone. Both had immediately slid out of my pocket of those linen pants that I wore that had no traction on them on any of the rides to begin with. And it was right as the operator gave us the okay to ascend the mountain and I, in an utter silent panic befitting Buster Keaton or Charlie Chaplin, then worked haplessly to quickly unplug my device and shove it all into the little Velcro bag that is at the situated in the back of the seat ahead of me, which is where my wife was sitting. And that was the most intense part of the Matterhorn, was freaking out that I wasn't going to get it shoved into that Velcro bag pouch thing in time, and I was gonna lose my damn phone. Although it was quite cool to experience at night, especially with the Yeti making an appearance. So at this point it's roughly 9:30 p.m. and I'm seeing little kids hanging off their parents like they're ammo bandoliers or something. One in particular was so knocked out cold that he was slung over his dad's shoulder, totally limp, just right in the middle of Tomorrowland. This is what Disney is at night. Parents pushing through whatever energy reserves are left, kids passing out wherever their feet are placed, and the entire park somehow becoming simultaneously controlled, yet utterly chaotic. Because now, you have to deal with the fireworks crowd. It is absolutely ridiculous how many people gather for this thing every night. I get kind of a general appeal of fireworks to a point. That's another thing that I was never particularly impressed with as a kid or growing up. My God, packing myself into a disgusting mass of people in the Disney Pavilion that continued all the way to the end of Main Street just to watch some bright lights and hear some music and watch projections and some puppeteers move Jack Skellington around. I just don't get it. And I guess you could say it's a Disneyland rite of passage or something, but I never signed up for that. I think that my chat with the janitor was my rite of passage. But unfortunately, we did get trapped near Fantasyland and figured out our next course of action from there, because at this point we were just waiting for our Indiana Jones, lightning lane or whatever it's called, to activate, and that wasn't until 11 p.m. Also, I noticed this, glowing thing on the Matterhorn, and I thought it was like a waterfall or something, but then when I zoomed in, it kind of looks like a hidden Mickey, don't you think? So since we had to go to Indiana Jones anyway, we decided to hit up everyone's favorite pun-based Disney ride.
Alrighty, everybody, we have to get back to the beautiful people on the dock. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I'm so sorry. Watch it. Yeah, folks, wave goodbye to those people because we're never, ever going to see them again.
Jungle Cruise, formerly Jungle River Cruise, was an opening day attraction at Disneyland back in 1955, and it has absolutely stood the test of time ever since.
Well, the hard work and hectic days are behind us now. So, let's join the crowd and share with them in the fun of a true-life adventure in Adventureland as it is today.
Just like the original great rides, Jungle Cruise grew out of a deep fascination of Walt Disney's: nature and animals. How do you turn a desert in Anaheim and the former site of vast orchards into a tropical jungle river? You get Imagineer Harper Goff to create the ride and Imagineer Bill Evans to figure out the landscaping. Inspired by the Disney film The African Queen, the jungles of the South Pacific, South America, African, and more were used, and construction all began with a stick. That's right, apparently Harper Goff drew in the dirt that they had cleared for the land, with a stick, the general outline and path that the river would take. And then they brought in the excavators and landscape architect Bill Evans, who also created a private miniature railroad for Walt Disney in his backyard, and would then go on to landscape Walt Disney World, took his cruise, and got to work. This involved buying or stealing throughout Los Angeles and Anaheim various trees, as well as collecting seeds from around the country and the world, and also turning old orange trees upside down to look like strange root fixtures. The original idea for the Jungle Cruise, which would in a way later be used at Florida's Animal Kingdom, was to have real living animals. Of course, there are a plethora of reasons why that just wouldn't have worked. The one that they like to talk about the most is that the animals would be asleep. Sure, but then you also gotta worry about the animals possibly escaping into the water. So the Imagineers had to get to work. Using the techniques that they learned in their 1954 film 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, the special effects crews of the film were hired out again by Disney for the Jungle River Cruise project. The water was, and still is, dyed a murky green, using the waterfall as the beginning of that mixture. Because the boats are on a track system, meaning that the water had to be turned into that gross color to hide all of the mechanical aspects of both the boats and the animatronics that lurk just beneath the surface. And within days, and with only days before the park's official opening, the animals were finally installed, but what Walt Disney orchestrated with his team of Imagineers in just a year is absolutely astounding, and the Jungle River Cruise is perhaps the most insane creation of the entire park for that opening year. But the Jungle Cruise that we know today is not the one that opened in 1955. The original script had very few jokes and is kind of edutainment, but it's only so far as educational, not too much, because most of what they discussed on the ride regarding the plant life or the animals or anything else was just all made up, so there really wasn't any educational aspects of it, and very middling entertainment.
Giant bamboo trees grow 60 feet high. And some of the bushes in this area grow the berries from which the natives extract the deadly Bushman's poison. We're approaching beautiful Schweitzer Falls, named after the famous Dr. Albert Schweitzer.
So, in 1970, Disney brought in the Gag King himself, Mark Davis, to bring a whole new life to the ride. And here are just some neat little details for you to use at your, I don't know, Disney trivia nights. The pistol firing that the skippers use is both a timing signal and also apparently a method of communication to other skippers and the cast members at the ride. According to this forum thread on micechat.com from 2010, 2 shots means normal operation, 3 shots means that the boat is unable to proceed forward, 4 shots is for medical or security emergency, and 6 shots is to alert of a derailment. So, Jungle Cruise at night is a totally different experience. I've seen videos from various Disney vloggers and videos online of the Jungle Cruise before, but I've never seen anybody go on it at night, and I would highly recommend checking it out when the sun goes down, because not only is it equally as fun and enjoyable as the daytime version, but it also carries a sense of mystery and eerie danger to the atmosphere as well, which is apparently a vibe that Walt Disney wanted it to have to begin with. Obviously, you can't have any lights in the actual jungle around you, so what happens is that the only true source of light on the ride when you get going is whatever light is coming off of the boat. And nowhere else does this work better for just a pure effect than when the Tigger appears fairly early on in the ride. Because that Tigger is horrifying to begin with, but at night, you're in the pitch black and suddenly, chung, chung, the floodlights open on the boat, and you just see this horrific tiger with eyes that seem to glow and glare and follow you as you cruise past, and it's truly off-putting. We did have a very lively skipper. She was lovely, a quick talker, kind of reminded me of Jim Carrey. And I love the bad jokes. I think I was the only one laughing on the cruise. I have always been a fan of puns, except for the backside of water gag. I've just never gotten it. Yo-ho, we rode pirates again. The lightning lane for Indiana Jones that we had was at 11 p.m. and it was roughly 10:30 when we got off of the Jungle Cruise, so we had some time to kill. And by this point, we had been at Disney for 14 hours straight. And Pirates was even more spectacular the second time around because we got to sit in the front row, which meant that we got splashed a little with the gross cold water of both waterfalls.
Here we're going to take them down a waterfall.
And that was, I think, the most fun that I had on the ride, was the build up to that. Because in the boat was myself, my wife, and then behind us were a group of 4 women, 2 in each row, and all of them, including my wife, were freaking out about getting splashed and soaked by the waterfalls.
Here we're going to take them down a waterfall.
And I was laughing maniacally. It was so much fun. Thankfully, my wife and I completely missed getting as soaked, as utterly soaked as the 2 women behind us did. I don't know how it happened, but the woman sitting behind me had her entire left side drenched. But it was just such a fantastic time. I had a blast going on it again. I feel like going on it at night really enhances the experience. I guess because the ride itself takes place at night and it's fairly dark, so you go from darkness into more darkness, out of darkness. It's a completely different sort of feeling than the, you know, when you do it during the day. Because during the day, it really feels like you're experiencing something different and unique. Like I said earlier, it's like a story being told to you. Whereas at night, it kind of feels like it's all a dream that you're having, and everything's connected throughout the park. But we emerged into the dark streets of Nolan Square to witness the finale of Fantasmic occurring and the crowds in huddled masses along the banks of the River of America, and my wife made a realization. Everyone was crowded here, and they're about to leave. And we need to get to the next section over before everybody else does, because our lightning lane was coming up, and so we needed to get over there so I could see my hero, Indiana Jones, and we booked it over the bridge just above Pirates, around that big Swiss Family Robinson treehouse thing, and into the Indiana Jones lightning lane.
Once again, we've turned an action movie into a live-action extravaganza.
That's the most amazing thing I've ever been on.
It was fabulous.
This 30-year-old ride marked the second Disney ride based on a property created by George Lucas, starring Harrison Ford. And in 1994, Michael Eisner took over the Disney company and brought about some changes. One of those changes was making Indiana Jones a thing at the parks. Aforementioned Imagineer Tony Baxter was brought onto this project with a core team of roughly 100 Imagineers in the early 1990s, with over 400 Imagineers in total working on this one ride. And this one originally was considered, like seemingly all great Disney rides, to be a walkthrough adventure in Adventureland. For some reason. But that was before the idea of a high-speed minecart race, because don't forget, he's the big thunder guy, came through the minds of the Imagineers and Tony Baxter. Essentially, it was going to be just a recreation of the Temple of Doom scene. And also, at some point, the Imagineers considered having multiple ways to get to the ride, one of which would have just been a regular line, but the other one they wanted to have Jungle Cruise launch sites to shuttle the guests to it, which just sounds absolutely insane. They wanted to do so much of this ride at the beginning. They wanted, I just don't know how it would have ever worked based on the initial ideas that they were concocting. But when Imagineering and Disney Research and Development created a brand new type of ride vehicle, later patented as the Dynamic Ride Vehicle, now called an Enhanced Motion Vehicle. And as I discuss this further, it should become clear probably why this ride shuts down so often. That was another big worry, is that it was going to shut down or break. Thankfully, that never happened. Although I will say, more often than not, the issues with a ride breaking down or shutting down typically have something to do with a guest screwing things up more so than the ride itself. Every one of these vehicles is a motion simulator traveling at just over 14 miles per hour with 3 hydraulic cylinders, shifting at rapid speeds and giving the guests a motion akin to extreme off-roading. Just like our old friend Space Mountain, Indiana Jones' adventure uses a block system to control the EMVs or DRVs, if you're feeling nasty, to ensure that they're maintaining a proper speed and location along the track. Unlike Space Mountain, however, this ride's soundtrack is not a specific length due to how much the speed can vary. Instead, each scene along this track has its own pre-selected score that's designed specifically for that scene. But if the chance happens that your vehicle stops or slows around a little too long, then something unique apparently happens, and that is that the score will play in full until it stops, or you get moving. But if you're really stuck, then once the music ends, the soundtrack switches to just the engine humming.
Sounds so real. How fast does this thing go?
I think the craziest aspect is that the vehicle stays stationary as the motion base around it that it enters tilts backwards during the boulder scene. And of course, just like all of the great rides, we must talk about the berm, because the showbox for Indiana Jones Adventure is placed actually behind the Disney berm, meaning that the monorail had to be rerouted. The Eeyore parking lot that once existed was demolished, and the Jungle River cruise had to be cut back some. The queue, which is actually not underground, it's just the creation around you that blocks the cell service, because the entrance is actually on the same level as where you get on the ride at. Additional special effects include light and wind, the rolling boulder, a proprietary audio system in each of the troop transports, projection mapping after the 2012 refurbishment, and of course, several audio animatronics with the likeness of Harrison Ford, but the voice of Dave Temple. And thus, in March of 1995, one of the wildest Indiana Jones adventures premiered.
Take a listen.
What do you got to say about this?
Vegas, what's up? I lost all my money. I won't be back soon.
Which way to Indiana Jones? Which way to Indiana Jones?
This way, man. Indiana Jones, you just gotta know how to get past the snakes. You'll be all right.
Arnold, Las Vegas. Can you say something?
Vegas, yes,
Vegas.
Oh, Arnold, he loves Las Vegas, no question about that. All right, I want to make one quick mention of a note here. Listen to this. This attraction costs more to build. This one attraction costs more to build than the entire park cost to build into the 1950s. It's an unbelievable ride. Check it out. John, back to you.
Sounds pretty good. Okay, Randy, thank you.
I legitimately had no idea the absolute hell I had gotten myself into. Holy cannoli. Was that insane? Sure, I saw the warning signs telling guests that this off-road journey is a high-speed, turbulent ride adventure over rough and rugged terrain. It's unlike any ride you've ever experienced. And then it notes that it's not safe for pregnant women. And all that my wife told me before we got on it was that it rocks around a lot. And I thought, if I can handle Star Tours and Billy Haley and his comets, I think I can handle this. Holy Walt, did I have no idea what I was in for. I was speechless at every aspect of this ride, from the queue, which thank God we skipped most of from our lightning lane, to the ride vehicles, to the visuals, the showbox itself. Everything about it is absolutely incredible, and it was one of the best rides that I had gone on. And I also discovered that after we returned to Main Street, USA for a late dinner, I found myself still dizzy after riding it. At this time, the park was just about closed. There was maybe 30 minutes left, if that. And our day, my first ever day at Disney, ended roughly 15 minutes before the stroke of midnight, eating cheaply made but highly priced hot dogs with a bag of Lay's potato chips. We sat there exhausted beneath the glaring, flashing, garish red and yellow lights of a soda parlor, our minds and our bodies giving out. And after we marched our way into the growing cold of the night, through the now desolate, shimmering lights of downtown Disney, into the streets that were once rampant with traffic and pedestrians, which were now wholly deserted, the cool fog returning to caress the city of Anaheim once more. We arrived at our hotel, trudged up the stairs, and to our room. By the time we got situated in bed, It was roughly 1 a.m., and as I lay there in bed in the dark trying to get to sleep after 16 hours at Disney, my mind exploded and I grabbed my phone almost in a state of automatic writing, and just before I fell unconscious in our bed, this is what I wrote. When I close my eyes, I see the colorful lights of Main Street amalgamated with the Pirates animatronics, and an incorporeal feeling of forward movement and momentum. I see Pooh floating adrift in the abyss, an endless causeway of thousands of faces, a non-stop ushering of my body, faster and faster. 16 hours. For 16 hours, I thought about nothing other than Disney. My brain and body still quaking from the roller coasters, my stomach reeling from cheap theme park food, my mind absorbed into the collective of all that is and ever will be Disney.
With every sun that comes up comes the question, where to go out on this town? Downtown Disney. It's like hitting the hot spots of every happening city on the planet. Restaurants you've read about. Shops you've dreamed about. Clubs that cut your curiosity loose. Downtown Disney. In a city of choices, the metropolis of fun.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to attend a theme park that's focused on purely shopping and capitalism? Well, head on down to Galaxy's Edge, or Downtown Disney. We woke up on Saturday, October 12th, 2024. But Saturday was meant to be our rest day, a day to check out what I expected to be a unique shopping mall centered in and around Disney, and maybe I could finally find some Haunted Mansion merch. We set off from the Stouffville Hotel for Downtown Disney, the excited screams from the Incredicoaster, and we entered the already busy Downtown Disney. Our first step, breakfast. We were in the mood for some Mexican food and wanted to see what a corporatized Anaheim Mexican place was like, and that led us here. Tiendita Mexican Food, one of 3 concept locations in the area of Downtown Disney. They are a sit-in restaurant, a bar, and some fast food. The fast food was the one that we went to. And I was hoping for a seated area. I really was. But my wife just wanted a quick breakfast and didn't want to wait. The windows into the kitchen was an interesting idea because that means that you can see if your food gets messed up or not. We got 2 breakfast burritos from Tiendita Mexican Food, and something I've never encountered before was that the restaurant was equipped with little wooden utensils. I don't think my current food scale is really applicable to this restaurant or Downtown Disney as a whole, because, you know, it's Disney, I guess, but it's not really Disney. It's places renting out from Disney. But I will say that the pork breakfast burrito, which I got with no beans, was very good. Huge portion size and decently priced. My wife got the asada breakfast burrito with guacamole, which I didn't try because I hate guacamole. And we were able to sit down in this little fake grass turf area for a while, which was the equivalent of a lush oasis in the middle of a desert on our walks back and forth through Downtown Disney from Disneyland to DCA, because it was the softest place you could walk anywhere at Disney. And for just a brief moment we gained walking across it, it was just pure bliss on our feet to be walking on something nice and soft that wasn't hard concrete. And because it was so nearby and I had noticed it on the little map on the Disney app, the nearby Disney Hotel houses the restaurant establishment Trader Sam's. And I really wanted that cool shrunken head, zombie head, tiki mug thingy. And so we agreed to try to go there as like a walk-in or a walk-up thing around 1:30-ish a tish. But until then, we would finish our breakfast and then stroll around the derelict corpse that was once the ESPN Zone building, now paraded as one massive advertisement for Disney Plus, which led us to the Star Wars Trading Post. Star Wars Trading Post is like Galaxy's Edge, except the employees don't have to pretend like they're in another galaxy far, far away or a long time ago. And you can also buy like action figures and t-shirts and actual stuff, but it just wasn't really anything that piqued my interest enough, which again, I seriously did not expect to have happen. I thought we were going to be blowing through so much money, we were going to be disappointed in ourselves after this trip. Because I thought for sure that the magicalest place on Earth would have something that would overtake my mind and incentivize me to spend money on it. But nope, not here, not much going on. So we headed back out into downtown Disney, and it's just a bunch of restaurants. There is actually very little shopping that you can do here. I was expecting something like, you know, an actual mall, maybe, with diverse shops and stores to peruse and parade through. But there were maybe 3 stores there that don't sell food. One of them is the Lego store, which was closed for renovations. And sure, there's a bowling alley, but we didn't bother going there because who the hell wants to bowl after walking through Disneyland for 16 hours straight? We stopped at that Starbucks I mentioned a couple hours ago and entered the Disney store. Well, the main Disney store, because just like in the parks, all 2 of the Disney stores located in downtown Disney, although labeled different things, sell pretty much the same merchandise. Welcome to the world of Disney. A veritable train station for commerce. It looks and feels like being in a train station. It feels more like a train station at the turn of the century than the actual turn of the century train station 1,000 feet away in Disneyland. World of Disney is what it says on the tin. If you're a big Disney vlogger fan, I'm sure you've seen this place time and time again. Although what you might not know if you've never actually been there in person is just how well it does at recreating the absolute chaos of Disneyland without any of the magic. This sprawling retail labyrinth features all the same merchandise you'll find scattered throughout the parks, except here it's all crammed under one big, bustling, massive roof. Credit cards and phones tapping or running transactions, hands moving all over the overpriced collectibles, t-shirts, and endless Disney tchotchkes that are out now, today! Look, it's a happy Halloween wish from all your friends at Disney. Now buy it! Buy it! Buy it! I even found some Haunted Mansion merch that began to pique my interest, but each were $50. World of Disney is Disneyland distilled down into a crowded shopping mall experience with the absolute overstimulation and hefty price tags of the actual park, but with none of the enchantment, because everywhere you look, you see more and more signs urging you to just buy it! It's a veritable monument to who and what Mickey Mouse and Disney have become. This isn't just the world of Disney, it's the world as Disney. Disney isn't a place we visit, it's become the very world which we live in. It's like an altar to a god. Oh, he lit up right as I said that. Although we did buy these 2024 Oogie Boogie Bash jumpers to wear on Sunday, and I will admit, they're very comfortable. But they were about $75 each. So with our grand purchases made, we exited through the rest of the gift shop and headed back through downtown Disney with our eyes set on Trader Sam's. And the realization crossed my mind. Downtown Disney is a glorified food court, more than it is a shopping district or center. Because that's the thing that they don't want you to have an experience with. Why on God's green earth would they want you to be able to buy stuff there? Sure, there are probably plenty of people who say, oh, I have free time on a weekend or something. Let's go to downtown Disney, grab a bite to eat, check out and see if there's anything new at World of Disney. But if I would hazard a guess, I would say that the majority of foot traffic for downtown Disney are the Disney park guests. And if they have experiences there of doing anything interesting and of note that isn't just eating food because they need to power themselves as humans, then that is technically outside of the park, and that means that it is technically a loss for Disney, unless the people who are there doing it are planning on going to the Disney stores or actually to the parks. Because the only stores that don't sell food here are the ones that Disney owns. I'm honestly surprised at this point that Disney haven't just opened up their own version of stores yet. Like, why does Disney not have a Disney-owned theater company at this point? They could have easily replaced AMC with that at this moment in time, and just don't even have new releases. Disney has such a massive catalog that they probably could just sustain themselves purely on a Disney-made theater company where all that they show for movies are actually just Disney pictures. So we crossed from downtown Disney into the carefully crafted oasis that lay in the heart of the Disney Hotel. A beautifully manufactured environment that actually reminded me of Disney's Aulani Resort, which we visited a couple of times during our Hawaiian honeymoon, but this time it was free of that uneasy feeling that comes with witnessing an entire culture become transformed and commodified into yet another Disney product. There was also substantially less self-centered tourists lounging around without shirts on when they really should have them on. We headed to Trader Sam's with our online walk-up reservation thing now ready, and we're given the trademark Trader Sam's outdoor seating. Apparently, I guess you need a real reservation to be sat inside, or just get lucky, I guess. I don't know. But overall, it was still enjoyable. It was cool out. It was relaxing. There was this massive tree that we were sat beneath, which was very pretty. We got there right before a deluge of other people showed up. And I, of course, ordered the zombie drink for that delicious little tiki mug of a shrunken, sewed-up head that's still referred to as a zombie, I guess, but more so in the voodoo sense of the term, I suppose, while my wife felt a bit more whimsical and ordered the Nightmare Grog float with rum. And both tasted very good, particularly the Nightmare Grog float, because we both love Dole Whip, and oh my gosh, was it delicious. But that Nightmare Grog float, if you get it, prepare to witness your mouth and lips look like you just sucked off a hose releasing tar into the ground. I ordered the Wagyu Hawaiian cheeseburger served with a side of fries, while my wife ordered the Hawaiian platter of teriyaki chicken with rice and stir-fried veg. I was worried quite a bit because a lot of the online discourse around Trader Sam's food is that it's just like deplorable and you should only order the drinks there. And seeing the prices, I'm not surprised, but I'll bring that up a little later. I actually really enjoyed it, especially after having that horrible food at Disneyland proper. This was practically a 5-star Michelin meal. The burger was quite similar to other Hawaiian-style burgers I've had before, although it did have an extra kick from the applewood smoked bacon and the sweet and spicy spread that they put on it. But the fries, oh my gosh, the fries were delicious. They were seasoned wonderfully, and the texture and the crispiness was wonderful. The teriyaki chicken and rice was rather basic, but the chicken itself was quite tender, nicely cooked, and evenly coated, so I give this 5 points. Presentation. As you can see, the only real presentation there in regards is to the drinks we ordered. The food itself is laid out nicely on these little stone texture plates, but the drinks, especially hers, are where they truly excel in presentation. 4 points. Portion size. I was starting to feel full pretty quickly, although that might have been due to how much that little zombie head can hold of liquor. The drinks were massive portions, and you can get slammered at Trader Sam's, especially if you have a nice fat checkbook to take from. But the portions themselves, for the food at least, seemed very well calculated, very well done, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was very calculated. It is Disney, and we both came out of it feeling like we did have a nice, enriching, fulfilling meal. 5 points. Value for money. This is where it gets interesting, because her meal and drink cost combined $44. Mine, because I wanted the tiki head, was $78, totaling out to a total grand price of $131.46, which I really shouldn't complain too much about spending at a Disney restaurant, since this was only a third of the Aulani Ama Ama 3-course menu meal that we had. I do feel that the prices were a bit too much, though, but we did have a good experience, and the food fit the bill for the most part. But I'm still going to give this 3 points. Uniqueness and Disney magic is definitely hindered if you don't sit inside the actual tiki bar. 2 points. So in total, I give Trader Sam's 19 points out of a possible 25. And after that, we just decided that there wasn't much else to do and returned to our hotel. Then once we got back to our hotel, we laid in bed and I suggested that we watch Coco. So I got it up on my phone on Disney Plus, and I'd never seen it before, like I said, and my wife had ordered me that we needed to watch it before going to Oogie Boogie Bash because Ernesto de la Cruz was going to be there, and we still hadn't done it. So we laid in bed and watched Coco on my phone, and it was a fantastic film. I loved it. I love the visuals. I love the story. I love the characters. It made me cry multiple times. Top-notch film. Eventually, we returned to downtown Disney around 7 p.m. to see what the food options were like around dinner, and God almighty was it packed to the gills. I don't go out much, and honestly, I forgot that it was a Saturday night, and I didn't expect so many people to go to downtown Disney as like a weekend hangout place. So we just walked down to Earl of Sandwich, did a quick service, and ordered their food. I got the Earl's Club, which was surprisingly well done. Tasted good, it was crispy, slightly toasted buns, and an all-around good flavor. And then we waded back through the massive crowds of downtown Disney. Our final return to the hotel at 8 p.m. marked a day spent immersed, not in magical wonder and excitement, but in capitalism. At least in the parks, there is some genuine enjoyment. Rides, characters, watching guests get in trouble. Saturday was a rest day for us, like I said. But it was also one in which we experienced the pure corporate greed of a company monopolizing nostalgia and entertainment. And as though the universe itself was sending us a message, just as we settled into bed, the hotel TV blared a Capital One commercial, and a voice assured us just how wonderful life could be with the credit gods on your side. Thanks, of course, to a Capital One credit card.
Looking good, guys.
Vacations are better with the credit gods on your side.
I'm coming up!
Rewards once available to the few are now accessible to the many. Earn points for travel with Credit One Bank.
If you have made it this far, thank you and congratulations. So we woke up again around 6:50-ish after a very rough night thanks to the terrible barrage of Disneyland fireworks, and we set off again to experience an all-new world. The world of California!
From the dream makers at Disney. An exciting new theme park is coming to Southern California, located right next door to Disneyland Park, celebrating all the fun and adventure of California. Introducing Disney's California Adventure, a brand new Disney park. Opening February 2001.
And I could go into another hour of just how poorly thought out Disney's California Adventure theme park was, and how ludicrously long of a time it took them to get any unique aspects and magic of the park actually going. But you've stuck around long enough, and I won't put you or myself through that. I am also, I should point out, far less interested in the actual attractions at Disney's California Adventure theme park. That's right, who has 2 thumbs and doesn't care that the Tower of Terror got replaced by Guardians of the Galaxy? This guy. I don't care that it was the first ever theme park to have a film adaptation. I don't care about the sourdough factory tour. It was another foggy and desolate morning, quite chilly. I was very glad that we were outfitted in our matching Oogie Boogie Bash jumpers. We arrived at the entrance of the parks just 5 minutes or so after opening, and I was awestruck by the setup of this California adventure, as I was especially taken aback by how lush and beautiful the grizzly mountain bear sculpture and waterfalls looked in this early morning haze. And just like with Disneyland, we set out to get the hardest ride out of the way, Radiator Springs Racers.
Wow, the track looks perfect.
Now we just need guests.
Yeah, so they can race.
Hey!
Ka-chow! Bellissimo! Guido, our tires are flying! Whoa.
Little tractors, dance! Here we go, tractors with big whirl.
They're here!
It is a time!
A whole new land opens June 15th. Cars Land at Disney California Adventure Park. Get ready to be floored.
Don't you just love that new park smell?
But before we get into that, I'd like to discuss Radiator Springs itself. I was a huge Cars fan as a kid. I believe it might have been the first movie I ever saw in theaters twice. I had just about every one of the playset buildings and the toys and everything that was available. I had so many of the characters as I was obsessed with it. I even dedicated a whole episode of my podcast, the Comic Shtick Podcast, talking about the Cars franchise. So I truly, spectacularly mean this when I say that Radiator Springs is incredible. I was entranced as soon as we got there, just being in Radiator Springs. It is without a doubt the best looking and best themed land in either Disney park. I could have walked around there just looking at every little piece of imaginary detail as humanly possible for hours. I adored being there, especially once night rolled around and the neon lights activated and the music, the music choices were magnifique. Which made me think about another themed land based on an intellectual property that I was obsessed with and loved as a kid. That's right, I am talking once again about Galaxy's Edge. I found myself wondering, why did Radiator Springs work so much better than Galaxy's Edge? Radiator Springs, for all intents and purposes, is not a versatile section of land within the Disney property. It has 3 attractions, 2 of which are practically the same concept, except in one, you listen to a ridiculous Italian accent. And in the other, you listen to Mater. And the other ride is Radiator Springs Racers, which I will get to. Because aside from the occasional appearance of characters, there are 2 eateries and a restaurant, Cozy Cone Motel, in which every cone specializes in a different themed food. Fillmore's Taste Inn, which, as my favorite Cars character, was a big disappointment to see that the hippie's house got turned into what is essentially a corporate lunch party that you have to pay out of pocket for, complete with bottled soda, bags of chips, and some fruit. The other is Flo's V8 Cafe. Radiator Springs also includes 3 shopping options: Ramon's House of Body Art, Sarge's Surplus Hut, and Radiator Springs Curios, all of which have very little unique or interesting merchandise to look through, instead mostly supplying the toy lines and play sets from Mattel Toys. Talk about a disappointing shopping experience, by the way. Disney is just truly missing out by not making some kind of unique items and merchandise for the Cars land. Give me miniatures of all the neon signs to put on my desk. Give me stuff to hang from the walls. Give me the tire peace sign on Fillmore's. Make Fillmore's organic fuel cups actual mugs or drinks, the snow globe at the curio shop, shirts or jumpers that look like Ramon's artwork, So Lightning McQueen shoes that look like his shimmering cherry red look with white walls. Oh my god, why do they not sell an ambient lamp that is the street light where every third blink is slower? Come on, Disney, if you're gonna squeeze money from people, then sell things other than pins! Because based on this 2007 Walt Disney Company annual report, DCP, Disney Consumer Products, has maximized cars into a powerful year-round franchise opportunity, which jumps us across the railroad to Galaxy's Edge. Galaxy's Edge has 2 attractions, Smuggler's Run and Rise of the Resistance. Galaxy's Edge houses 4 food and or drink shops, not counting the soda vendors or the milk stand. At Sokka's Kettle, Ronto Roasters, Docking Bay 7 Food and Cargo, and Oga's Cantina. Galaxy's Edge then has 8 shopping options. Resistance Supply, Toydarian Toymaker, Creature Stall, Black Spire Outfitters, Jewels of Bith, Doc Undar's Den of Antiquities, Savi's Workshop, Hand-Built Lightsabers, First Order Cargo, and Droid Depot. So what was it that made Cars Land my favorite space that we visited during the roughly 30-plus hours that we spent at the Disney parks? Cars Land and Radiator Springs felt like I was stepping directly into the world of Cars and actually going into Radiator Springs. The immersion was somehow more complete than it was in Galaxy's Edge, because every detail from the neon signs to the little bits and bobs and the cozy atmosphere depicted in the film itself is perfectly recreated in a real-world small-town charm. And Cars Land is nostalgic, and maybe that just has something to do with it. I did consider this. Would I have felt this way I did about Galaxy's Edge if it had been built around a previous established or seen environ of Star Wars instead of the somewhat new Batuu and Black Spire outpost? Entering Radiator Springs from the base of Grizzly Mountain and the end of Buena Vista Street truly feels like you've just taken a road trip to somewhere you know and love again. Oh, it's our summer road trip to Radiator Springs. We just gotta pass that giant mountain that looks like a bear. The atmosphere itself is totally different, even though both are packed with non-stop massive crowds. Radiator Springs still somehow feels like I'm actually entering a stopover town rather than a bustling hub of illicit smuggling, first order raids, or resistance movement. And on a metatextual level, the smaller amount of attractions and shops really makes it feel like it's in line with the setting, keeping it laid back and less overtly focused on sales and making money off of you and other guests, like Galaxy's Edge does, pretty blatantly. Radiator Springs feels like a real town that has existed on its own, and isn't just made for the sole purpose of consumption and sales. Galaxy's Edge, while stunning in its own right, lacks the immediate connection of familiar scenes and characters, even though, in the way that it's designed, it is new, yet it's all visually based and established in a world that we know and incorporates pretty well all those classic elements of it. The heavy emphasis on shopping, however, is very hard to ignore. It's designed to look and feel immersive, but it simply feels like it's only a marketplace rather than somewhere someone actually lives. It's a marketplace with an even nicer designed marketplace inside of it. The layout is meant to guide you from one commercial venue to the other. Disney wants you to feel like you're a character in this galaxy far, far away, but only insofar as you keep interacting with and spending at each themed checkpoint. But with Cars Land, guests can simply take in the charm without this constant pressure to buy something, or to worry that you'll get called over and caught by a salesman at a shop as you walk down the marketplace. And in that way, it really does feel real, even though you know that the cast members at each of the little kiosks in that shopping district area of the Galaxy's Edge would never do that. The feeling of it is still there. As ridiculous as it is to say about a universe in which there are massive vehicles with eyeballs in their windshields and tongues and seemingly internal organs, Cars Land came off feeling more like a real place than Galaxy's Edge. An area that tries so hard to feel real and immersive that it just loops back around into feeling fake, manufactured, and totally hollow. I think Disney needs to understand that these lands should capture the heart of the worlds that they're supposed to be inhabiting, their realities, and make the guest truly feel as though they're part of that reality, even if it's just for a moment. Leave them with that unforgettable sense that they belong here, even if it's like something they've never seen before. Because no matter how many times you're stopped by the same voiced stormtroopers,
Keep that droid in line, citizen.
Or help Rey or Ahsoka, there's still a disconnect and a sense that it's more of a performance than a place. Cars Land, for all its cartoony absurdity and delightfully stylized reality, feels genuine in a way that Galaxy's Edge simply doesn't quite reach. So Disney execs, whoever the new CEO is going to be in 2026, I know that you're watching this. I know you've made it this far into the video. Perhaps what you need isn't just more tech and detailed props, but a commitment to capturing the soul of these worlds and making them feel less like themed spaces and more like actual real destinations.
You my baby, and you know it, right? Yeah, I just remember what you said to me. I'm your man, babe, I'm your man. You know I try to give you everything I can. I'm the one to make you come and get it, girl. I'll be gentle with you, protect you from the world. You know I got it for you. Check in my bank account. You would love to talk to me, but my blank face says I'm hers. I'm handsome, chiseled like a god. I got word, charisma. I serve it to your side. Hold my
Radiator Springs Racer's queue is, in the simplest terms I can describe, insanity combined with purgatory. As noted, we arrived barely 5 minutes after the opening of the park itself, and even that was too late not to get stuck in the queue, which we were in for 2 god-forsaken hours. If you're unaware, Radiator Spring Racers has a queue that regularly settles somewhere comfortably into the time of 90 to 180 minutes. It is also the only thrill ride that young kids can actually go on in the park, and DCA doesn't have many attractions available for a very wide audience like this is. Height restrictions limit the Incredicoaster. Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout has all the same issues that Tower of Terror did. Other than that, there isn't really much aside from Grizzly River, which is out of the question for people like myself who don't want to soak their clothes and belongings, meaning that Radiator Springs Racers, until they open some brand new shiny thing, is the most wildly popular ride at DCA. What this horrible purgatory experience did provide to me was time to truly enjoy the nature of Disney Imagineering firing on all cylinders. It's truly breathtaking to experience gazing up at the forced perspective recreation of the Cadillac Mountain Range of Carburetor County, especially in the somewhat early morning. I imagine it looks even better at sunrise. But that quickly deteriorates when you continue down into the queue and wind up watching car after car race past as you continue standing in line. Filming a bird, eating some popcorn and bits of Cheeto that lay discarded in the dirt, early 20th century string band music playing in a shallow echo from the speakers, the occasional voice of a cast member informing those in line that if 140 minutes is not your quart of oil, you should get into the single rider line. This was the one time that we did not use a Lightning Lane Pass because it wasn't an option aside from the spending of a total of $38 for the both of us, and my wife didn't want to do that for some reason, so there we were. I keep saying it, but it really did feel like purgatory, as though we were all just but souls of the dead or the damned, waiting for our ferry ride across the river Styx with music that's out of time playing through our ears, people from all walks of life, nationalities, race, sex, standing side by side, cordoned off by the veritable reapers in charge of this hellish nightmare of an unending line. Eventually, however, you will find yourself winding back and forth in a path like you're trapped in a giant game of Snake, and as you near the actual ride itself, the line does take the form of seemingly old and or abandoned roadside shops, one of which includes this building with these like glass bottles encapsulated in the walls. And as I stood there wishing this existence would cease entirely, I began to stare at the bottles, and I realized something about them. These oil bottles signify the guests of Disney's California Adventure theme park, specifically the ones currently in line for Radiator Springs Racers. They come from all walks of life. They're all different shapes, colors, but they all share one trait in common, and that is that they are all stuck together in a concrete tight area, unable to move and unable to leave. I also wondered as we approached the congested entry as regular, single-rider, and Lightning Lane lines converged, would this be another Snow White, an obnoxiously long wait for a ride that had no payoff? And yes, 100% yes, this was absolutely not worth a 2-hour wait. While it was kind of fun and incredible to see the life-size characters, especially Fillmore, my favorite, the ride wasn't enjoyable and it was just over so quickly, and it was absolutely not worth waiting for, even though we did win the race. Skip this ride.
Adventure with a capital A. Avengers Campus, opening early summer.
Look out, Mickey Mouse. Meanwhile, here comes Spider-Man. Disney saying today it's buying Marvel Entertainment for $4 billion in cash and stock.
You know, the big worry here is can Spider-Man and Mickey Mouse, I mean, can they get along together, right? Can they just get along together? But the big issue here really is that Disney always needs new characters really to leverage across its platforms, you know, TV, film, the theme parks, etc. And they already did that with Pixar animation several years ago, okay? And now Bob Iger is doing it again with Marvel Entertainment. They've got 5,000 characters, okay, that are getting with this acquisition.
The Avengers breaks open the box office with its impressive showing. The Marvel movie has earned more than $1 billion to date.
And Disney's box office sales are kind of flagging. How is this going to help them?
Well, it's been a difficult year really for everybody as far as box office sales, but a lot of analysts obviously saying that anything, this can be very helpful, obviously, to box office sales, but it doesn't happen immediately. It takes several years to weave these characters in through the pipeline.
The Disney Marvel film is now the first film to cross the $1 billion mark in its debut. Avengers Endgame is estimated to have grossed $1.2 billion at the box office worldwide.
It gives Disney a monopoly on comic book characters, and Bob Iger obviously thinks it's the right move. But do you think this is the right move for Disney?
It's a great move. It solves one big problem that Iger and Disney have had for a number of years, what we call the boy problem. Disney's product content has been family and female, young girl.
Lots of princesses.
All princesses, despite the Pirates of the Caribbean and maybe even Cars. But now they've got something that can capture the core movie-going audience, the 18 to 24-year-old male. And as Greg mentioned, they've got 5,000 new characters to make movies and video games and all kinds of other content around.
A lot of superheroes.
More than that, they have got a huge money-making machine that translates into theme park rides.
Because since we first opened Avengers Campus, people have wondered, hey, who might be behind
behind that wall? Well, through that question, it's going to get answered because we're developing a major new attraction.
Internet sites, the Disney channels, they're already running about 20 hours a week of Marvel product on their Disney XD, their male-oriented, young male channel. They're going to now, that'll be 24/7 and maybe 2 or 3 more channels.
Leaving past Luigi's Rollickin' Roadsters, we entered the wide military-industrial complex of Avengers Campus, an oddity amongst the rest of the park, I will admit. And I, as someone who is very much into the comics and the MCU, thought it was fine. But first, before we explored Avengers Campus, we had to go to the Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. And I'd like to ask you, the viewer, what exactly the setup of this locality is within the world of Avengers Campus. How is this in any way a campus? It's a weird mishmash of buildings that I think is supposed to be built off or around an old Stark Industries warehouse or something. Also, the edge of the former Tower of Terror, now Guardians of the Galaxy collector warehouse, is this strange barrier that I can only describe as Hot Pocket filling. The fact that the ground changes, I assume it's supposed to represent that we're traveling through the universe via some kind of portal to the collector's warehouse.
There is a place like no other, where a walk down Main Street can feed you with
blah, blah, blah. Hey, the name's Rocket and I need your help. The Collector has trapped my friends, the Guardians of the Galaxy, in his weird freak show. Check it out. This is the joint we're in, and we need you to help us break out. Got it? Good. Now move it. I gotta go.
Here, there is magic for days.
This was one of the rides that I feel I would have loved to have stood in line for, just to look at all the Imagineering work and the set design and seeing all the little stuff that's hidden in the collector's warehouse. But we did have a lightning lane and went pretty quickly after all the fanfare of meeting Rocket Raccoon, and then we saw the Yeti in the weird boiler room. When I say I was not ready for this, I mean it. I think I might have hurt my wife's leg when I grabbed her in surprise at the first drop, because it was such a wild experience feeling gravity take effect as I was lifted off the seat time after time, and then the realization of just how high we were, which, as someone who's been terrified of heights my whole life, I didn't have an issue with, actually. I think there was a weird disconnect when you're actually inside of the ride and you get that brief glimpse when the shutters open and you see the world outside and the camera snaps your picture, and it just happens a little too fast that it didn't really connect with me that it was going on. Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout was awesome. It was a lot of fun. It was a hoot. I had a blast. And the best part that I immediately knew that this was going to be a great experience was when we got the Burning Love by Elvis soundtrack accompanying the ride. Once we disembarked Mission Breakout, it was time for lunch at Pym's Test Kitchen. I love the Ant-Man movies. I love Hank Pym, the character. He's one of my favorite Marvel comic characters, along with Janet Van Dyne. And I also loved Pym's Test Kitchen. Purely from a set design aspect, it's truly wonderful. I had so much fun just absent-mindedly standing in the queue, watching the pretzels change size, imagining the inner workings of the little conveyor belt that continues on loop day in and day out. I love the drink and condiment station. Everything about Pym's Test Kitchen is just so much fun, and it's obvious that the designers had fun. I got the reactor melt toasted sandwich with potato bites, and my wife picked up the not-so-little chicken sandwich, also served with crispy potato bites, because for some reason, potato bites are their only side. Both of these are under the Blue Particle Special section of the menu, which, for those unaware, the blue Pym particles are the ones that make stuff big. How does that come to play with my sourdough sandwich? I don't really know, but the not-so-little chicken sandwich absolutely lives up to the name. Taste and flavor. Both meals were very good, with plenty of flavor and seasoning. My sourdough sandwich didn't taste like anything special or out of the ordinary, but the chicken sandwich was deliciously crispy with an interior that was perfectly chewy and spiced nicely, and I was honestly disappointed that I didn't order it for myself. The potato bites were well made, simple, yet had a nice crispy crunch to each of them. 5 points. Each meal came on a basic metallic tray, so nothing too special, but the food is seemingly served on what used to be Pym Labs graph paper with notes written by Scott Lang on top, which is cute, fun, and of course the presentation of the ridiculously sized food items is always great. 5 points. Portion size. Did you see the size of that chicken sandwich? 5 points. Value for money. The not-so-little chicken sandwich was $15.49, and the reactor melt was $14.69. Plus an additional add-on for drinks. I splurged and went full hog and got myself a root beer. The chicken sandwich definitely felt worth $16, I think. And while the quality of the reactor melt was good, I feel it's still priced just a couple dollars too much. But seeing as how it's barely 70 cents more than that cheeseburger I got at Galactic Grill, I'd say it's a pretty good value. 4.5 points. Totally unique. It's so much fun, it's a great place to eat, I love the theming, and it actually has some pretty quality food. A surprising amount of unique options on the menus as well. 5 points. Thus, Pym's Test Kitchen might be closing out with the highest scored restaurant of all, with 24.5 points out of a possible 25. Also, don't forget to refill your water bottle at the self-serve drink dispensers in the test kitchen. It's no Pooh water, but it works. After we strolled around the area, I was tempted by the shawarma cart and amused by the little spider robots around the area. However, we did see something that was even better than a dumb ride that is just one of the many interactive blasting rides at a Disney park. How many of those do they really need? Come on. As we sat there eating our food, something occurred just across the way at the Avengers facility. 2 goons that looked like paintball players were trying to break into the base when Black Widow appeared, so I sat there watching a full-blown violent security breach of the Avengers facility as I was eating some potato bites. Then the Taskmaster showed up and Black Panther appeared, and they were fighting, which made me question the reality of this world. What is Avengers Campus? Is this really what we experience? Meaning, is there just a restaurant available for civilians right across the street from an actual Avengers base? Or is it some kind of compacted scale of a real place in this MCU offshoot alternate reality? Because what does it mean that I'm sitting there eating some potato bites as Black Widow is fighting for her life against the Taskmaster?
You don't look like recruits. I've got this. My turn.
Oh, they go back in. Maybe we, the guests at the park, are just passive observers of the events that occurred and are occurring at various points in time. Maybe we experience their world in a non-linear way, skipping and jumping to various points of interest, like The Watcher. And it's in the same way that we open a comic book and we gaze down into a lower second-dimensional reality, where we, the reader, are able to control the flow of time itself. So too do we in this theme park existence simply enter as nothing more than avatars of a higher dimensionality of the real world. Oh wait, Black Panther just came out and waved at everybody.
Baby,
baby. This is the sunset. And we don't care much about tomorrow, and it's okay. Baby, don't you know that it's over? You know we're gonna make it out alive. Oh, baby.
Soarin' is perhaps the most well-known attraction that has ever come out of Disney's California Adventure theme park. It's a classic motion simulator ride, and as we've come to discover over the course of this 57-page, 27,000-plus word script that has taken me roughly 5 hours to record, motion simulator attractions do quite well for Disney. There's really nothing to note on how it works, because you know how it works as soon as you enter the flight room and look around. Soarin' over California was an opening day attraction when Disney's California Adventure theme park opened on that fateful day in February 2001. The original film took guests over a simulated glider tour of California and featured something that I did not know until it appeared in my nostrils as I rode this ride: 4D smell-o-vision extra effects. The original scents on the ride included citrus, pine, sagebush, and ocean mist, and the locations included the Golden Gate Bridge, Redwood Creek, Napa Valley, the PGA West Palmer Golf Course. Design-wise, the original feature of Soarin' over California and all the layout near around it was, in this man's opinion, absolutely atrocious. It wouldn't be until 2015 that Soarin' would get the well-needed makeover along with the rest of the horribly garish and industrial Concord Flats into a much more peaceful and beautiful Grizzly Peak and Grizzly Peak Airfield. It's so strange that Disney California Adventure took 11 years to stop feeling like you were walking into a miniature golf course, and then another 3 years to reconfigure the entire western side of the park into something that actually felt like you're in the natural landscape of California. Soarin' was such a wonderful ride, and I was a bit worried due to my aforementioned fear of heights, but once I realized the security of it, and more importantly, just how comfortable those flexible seats are, I was more than fine. I was relaxed. Because that's what Soarin's all about, baby. Relaxing in a nice, cool place where you get to witness the beauty of the world around you in a simulated gliding flight mechanism that raises you roughly 30 to 50 feet in the air. And the thing that truly surprised me was the scents and the effects. That was insane. I turned to my wife and said, "They have smells on this?" Favorite was that rich soil smell when you pass by the elephant, because I think it's the most noticeable, and it reminds me of playing in the yard as a kid. And if you remember from my Haunted Mansion segment, it also reminds me of when my grandparents and I would use soil to create a fake graveyard in our front yard for Halloween. And just that one moment is just Disney really working its magic to bring a nostalgia and a sense of wonder and excitement and childhood veracity to my life. The worst scene, however, is the ocean mist smell that occurs over the tropical island, because that's just such a nonsensical smell. It's just like one of those car air fresheners that you can get that's called Ocean Breeze or whatever. They really couldn't have done something, I don't know, more cleansing and maybe tropical? But even with that dumb addition, I didn't want to get off, and I wanted to just stay there and take a nap. Yet another piece of merchandise Disney is not capitalizing on. Why don't you sell one of those chairs? I also love the queue and the interior, at least, because we were lucky enough to get a lightning lane for the ride, so we could skip the outside wait. And I think it's because my great-grandfather was in the Air Force, so I learned a lot about it from my grandmother and eventually, her brother, who also served in the Air Force. I've heard all their stories. It was really cool and interesting to walk through the halls and to see the aviation history that's in the line. I really liked that. And just the atmosphere in general of the entire Grizzly Peaks region is just something that was so unique and comfortable. There's something about how strange it is going from a theme park into this wilderness environment, and then into the cold concrete halls with ambient lighting that's sort of relaxing and soothing, and the beautiful, entrancing musical score that's playing that really makes me feel like I'm about to board a small plane at a rural airstrip, and of course, Patrick Warburton.
Hello, and welcome to Soaring. My name is Patrick, and I'll be your chief flight attendant today.
And it was after this experience we encountered the continued beauty of Grizzly Peak proper, and just the absolutely wonderful area of this section of the park near the Grand Californian. If Radiator Springs is my #1 place to be, this section of DCA is my second favorite. It was cool, relaxing, and just so positively wonderful to see. It really did feel like we traveled to Northern California and then back down again once we entered the wharf area. Also, I'm sure that Grizzly River Rapid Run, or whatever it's called, is a fine and dandy ride that's fun. But as I mentioned, I hate these kinds of rides because I just don't want to get soaking wet. However, I do have a suggestion to any Disney executives or Imagineers watching that is this. Steal the water cannon idea from other theme parks like SeaWorld. My wife and I went to SeaWorld recently with her family. We were invited to go, and I had an absolute blast just ordering drinks for myself and going and standing around their river ride and spending God knows how much money to shoot the water cannons at unsuspecting, or even suspecting, riders on their river rapid ride.
Wonderful.
Whew. Oh god, I'm getting dizzy. I shouldn't have drank before this.
Disney California Adventure was a day where, outside of the Guardians and Radiator Springs Racers, we didn't really have any specific avenues of interest to partake in or any objectives. Although, pretty soon, I would enact my own plans, but we aren't there yet. So, as we were still just kind of waiting for Oogie Boogie Bash to begin, we just let lightning lanes kind of lead us around. And where it was leading us to next was the Little Mermaid ride, a weird attraction that opened in 2011, which now means that it has been open longer than Disney California Adventures was at the time that Little Mermaid's aerial undersea adventure was opened. And my god, am I glad that we did the lightning lane for this. Between the moving travelator system that it uses and the horribly antiquated animatronics, it is not worth waiting in whatever insane line had formed there. Although it was a cute ride with like some black light that made my shoes look cool, I also enjoyed the recreation of my favorite scene from The Little Mermaid, which is the Kiss the Girl Lagoon scene. That was cute to see. And we exited as the screams from Mickey's Fun Wheel echoed across the waterfront, and got some of our pictures taken by a very talented, very kind cast member photographer named Will. Thank you, Will, for doing such a great job and taking some wonderful photos with us, and for the brief chat that we had afterward. And this section is going to have a lot more shout-outs to the cast members, because I feel like we interacted with them more so than we did at Disneyland.
Hey guys, it's Lisa. So I am here at Disneyland today, and I am on a major hunt for the newest popcorn bucket. I'm on the hunt for a scary Teddy, and he looks so cute, and I know he's in high demand. So we're off to the, I was about to say races. Well, I guess so.
So the day or so prior to this trip, our favorite Disney vlogger, and really the only person that we watch for anything Disney related, Lisa Land, uploaded this video, in which she searches for and finds the Scary Teddy Vampire Popcorn Bucket. As I previously mentioned, I love Teddy. He is my boy, and as such, I wanted him. No, I needed him. Now, I have no idea how exactly the popcorn buckets work or are actually distributed throughout the parks, because if I had known about Teddy, I would have scoured every goddamn popcorn stand on Friday when we were at Disneyland. But nothing would stop me from finding and acquiring and taking home with me Teddy. Nothing! Sold out. Teddy, as I was informed, was sold out park-wide. I learned that after not finding him at the Pixar Pier popcorn stand. Then we moved over to the Carsland popcorn stand, where after waiting in line and watching one of those plaid-vested VIP tour guides try to use a member of their party's credit card to purchase some popcorn, only to have it decline multiple times, the man in a giant traffic cone reluctantly informed me that Scary Teddy, my boy, was sold out park-wide. And I am not being hyperbolic when I say that I was destroyed. And it wasn't only myself, because my wife was also destroyed because she really wanted to buy it for me as a way to spoil me on my first Disneyland trip. No dice. Sometimes the giant wheel of Oogie Boogie's weird cavernous blacklight casino just doesn't spin your way. I had to give up on my dreams of taking home my boy as a popcorn bucket, and we rounded back down Buena Vista Street into a still yet unexplored section called Hollywoodland. But there was still one very specific piece of merchandise that I was after. The Oswald the Lucky Rabbit ears. I saw people wearing them on Friday when we were at Disney. That wasn't many people, but I saw them. And I never found them in any of the shops there, so I figured they must be here. I love Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. He is my boy. And honestly, I say he's a better designed character than Mickey Mouse. And as such, I wanted those ears. No, I needed those ears. And thus we set off for and there was nothing. I scoured every store up and down Buena Vista Street for those lucky rabbit ears, only to find absolutely zero displays with anything other than the mouse. There was nothing. Not even Oswald's own store. The store designed after, themed to, and named after Oswald. Finally, I asked a very kind cast member at the counter of the Los Feliz 5 and Dime register if they could check if the ears were in stock anywhere in the park. And the ears were out park-wide. It wasn't even in their fucking system. But at least I got to see Oswald hanging out next to his car. And my heart was shattered into even more pieces when that news crossed me. And with nothing else to live for, we went to watch Mickey's Philhar Magic. The fucking genie thing. Of course, I accidentally wrote in my phone's notes, Phil Harmafuck. And it was here sitting in this weirdly large waiting area that's outside the theater that I found and then bought Scary Teddy off of Mercari from a seller in Florida for $75. But here he is, little Teddy, my boy. Look at him. Oh, I love him. He's so cute and surprisingly large. His little legs move so you can sit him around places and use him as a decoration, because who's going to use this as an actual popcorn bucket? His little arms move up and down, and the best part... It's so cute. I love it so much. Look how adorable this little guy is. And he has a sort of vinyl cape and a little Nightmare Before Christmas themed lanyard. I love him, and I think his eyes and teeth might glow in the dark because they look kind of green if you look at him in certain angles, but I haven't tested that part out yet. Maybe. But here he is. After all that effort, walking around the park, getting all those extra thousands of steps, I only had to go online and spend $75 to get him shipped from Florida across the country, after I went one state over to the actual place where they sell these at. Mickey's PhilharMagic was a favorite of my wife's from Disney World, but she had never been to the Mickey's PhilharMagic in Disney California Adventure theme park, and while it is a very charming show that played all the greatest hits from the various Disney movies, I had some problems with it. First of all, the glasses for this attraction were just awful. Like I mentioned during the Star Tours segment, I had problems with all the glasses at the parks, but for some reason these ones were especially just poorly done and somehow felt broken. Combined with the absolute oddity that is the screen size, I'm very confused as to just how this was reworked from the previous attraction that was there before, because the Disney World version has this massive screen and the beginning setup actually looks like it's taking place at a concert that you're attending when Donald goes and messes it up. But then there's the DCA version, which obviously has to shrink everything, but the manner in which they do it just doesn't work or make much sense, because everything's prioritized to that middle section of the larger screen, and the edges of said screen become these odd, oversized curtains. Why didn't they just use the entire screen for the movie itself? Because they have real curtains set up around the screen to really make it feel like you're up close to the, concert hall stage that you're supposed to be watching these characters performing on. Like, if this is all a real stage, why are they so far away from us? And these curtains just create a strange wallpaper effect, too, that makes it feel like I'm just kind of watching a small screen on a much larger one, which I am. But I shouldn't realize that. It should draw me in, but instead of doing that, it just highlights the fact that it's a screen, which is a detail that the Disney World version, like I said, hides much better. Into the story of the attraction itself, it's cute and fun to see, although I hated horny Donald Duck. It's just off-putting. Ariel and the gems that are let loose towards the audience, however, are some of the best and most incredible 3D assets that I've ever seen in an actual 3D movie. That was crazy, and I was shocked at how well the gems look when they float out towards you. I was also surprised when I felt some water dribble on me, because if you're unaware, like I was, this ride incorporates some additional effects. I read online that apparently there's scents, but I didn't smell anything, and water. But I don't know if it's because of where we were sitting, or if they just don't use much of it because it would cause water damage to the indoor building. But it was like 1 or 2 tiny droplets just on my arm during the underwater scenes. And following our exit of the concert hall, we got another lightning lane to the right next door, Mike and Sully to the rescue. Now this is an interesting attraction because, if you are unaware, this was once an opening day attraction at Disney California Adventure theme park called Superstar Limo. And Superstar Limo was, for most, the worst attraction at Disney California Adventure theme park, somehow beating the other opening day attraction of a narrated sourdough bakery tour hosted by Colin Mockery and Rosie O'Donnell.
So, my little encyclopedia, what exactly is sourdough? Well, it's a type of bread that doesn't use yeast as a leavening agent. In miners at agents?
I don't think so. Look at them.
Isn't it nice to see the guys helping with the dishes?
Now, Colin, did you know to make sourdough bread, you need a chunk of what's called starter or mother dough?
Wouldn't you need mother dough and father dough?
No, just mother dough.
Did you know that the strain of bacteria found in mother dough is Lactobacillus San Francisco?
How did you know that?
Internet. Hey, who wants to make something?
Oddly enough, that's what we're here for.
Great.
You people go on ahead. I'm going to get you in there. Colin, you stay here and make sure there are no stragglers, okay?
Okay, all right. All right, just one red flag to my wife.
The concept of Superstar Limo, writer themselves would finally take the limelight of fame and fortune and be made into celebrities who had to try to escape the paparazzi in a high-speed chase through the Hollywood hills, which would begin at the lovely Los Angeles International Airport and end at Grauman's Chinese Theater, all of which had been stylized into a freakish, caricaturized cartoon world. Look, I said I loved Pirates of the Caribbean because of how stylized the characters are, but this, weirdly enough, I kept seeing things that said Michael Eisner was meant to cameo on the ride, where he would offer riders the contracts and then appear at the end to inform them that due to their antics on the ride itself, the contracts were now voided. Seemingly, this was replaced by this guy.
Congratulations, kid. They love your movie. Why, you are a superstar.
But how incredible would that have been? Imagine a world where maybe if this ride hadn't been forced to slow down and sort of lessen the paparazzi angle after Princess Diana was killed by the royal family, this ride could have been a rip-roaring hit where everybody loves it and it gets reinvented every few years to update the celebrities, and eventually Bob Iger takes Eisner's role on the ride. That would be insane. Obviously none of that happened because Superstar Limo was not well received and was very heavily criticized, along with pretty much the rest of early Disney California Adventure theme park. And there's just something about the whole idea of that Superstar Limo that takes me back to the days of the original Tomorrowland with the horribly sponsored attractions and setups, except that this was purely a Disney idea. An idea which lasted only 11 months. But 4 years later, Disney Imagineers took an established and beloved Pixar property that was Monsters, Inc., ripped the heads off of the animatronics from Superstar Limo, and stuck their horrible corpses inside of CDA uniforms for Mike and Sully to the rescue. It's a fun ride, it's simple, it's cute, it's no doubt going to be demolished and replaced once Disney gets around to remembering that it's there. Because while Monsters, Inc. is another huge part of my childhood, and I love seeing the animatronics and the posters and the set design of the queue and how they reworked the Superstar Limo characters into this, it's very dated. Dated in a way that Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway felt dated. Each are enjoyable, but lacking any true substance. Speaking of lacking, our day continued to lack any coherent plans. Oogie Boogie Bash was still 3 hours away at this point, and we were desolate and totally aimless in the sprawling, endless streets of Hollywoodland. Whoa, look how far that street goes. So with nothing better to do, we entered the massive chamber that houses Animation Academy, Anna and Elsa's Royal Welcome, Turtle Talk with Crush, and the Sorcerer's Workshop. This entire lobby is such a wonderful spectacle, especially for someone like me who loves the process and was obsessed with behind-the-scenes aspects of movies growing up. Seeing the concept art from fantastic films like Mulan and Lilo and Stitch, and the other ones, was fantastic. And it really helped when we stood in the massive line for Animation Academy. Something neither of us knew before signing up for it was that they have like set times or classes every half hour or so, and each class has a different character that's involved. So it's not just like all day it's one and the same character. It's a lot of different things that they draw there. We were lucky enough to learn how to draw the Bone Daddy himself, Jack Skellington, and it was really fun. It was my first time that I actually got to draw anything for a few days, and if you follow my channel or my social media, you'll know that I create my own comics. So check that out if you're interested. And when we went into there to the classroom, I figured I would do what I did all throughout my high school and college classes that involved any pencil or paper, and just ignore what the instructor was doing and draw whatever I wanted. Although I did stay in line and draw Jack Skellington. Here he is, my rendition of the Pumpkin King himself. And here's the one illustrated by my wife, who actually followed the instructor's lesson, and she did a fantastic job. I will also like to add that the instructor at the end of these Animation Academy classes has everybody hold their boards up to show them, and they comment on some of them. Well, our instructor, Katie, that's right, I'm calling you out, because I saw you. I saw you look right at my version of Jack Skellington, make a weird face, and then keep glancing throughout the audience. It was a lot of fun, and honestly, if I just got a day ticket to Disney California Adventure theme park, and I went to every class, I wouldn't have a problem. Also, check out these really cool Haunted Mansion pieces that are in the shop of the building off the page. But once again, we were found without any ideas of what to do, and then my wife concocted a plan. She wanted a lot of candy, and had seen online that the little complimentary bags that come with Disney aren't big enough to accommodate what is provided, so we went and bought this at the Gone Hollywood store, then made a walk-up reservation for Lamplight Boardwalk Dining, and headed down to the DCA Bay, where we were officially able to check into the Oogie Boogie event and get our bags and wristbands. Because for anyone out of the know who have never been to an event like this at Disney, or like whatever they do for Christmas or anything else similar, any event where it's something that you specifically have to buy separately like this, as the event officially starts getting closer and beginning, Disney employees begin setting up checkpoints across the park like a totalitarian dictatorship in a South American country to ensure that they check you for proper documentation, the wristbands. With our wrists ensnared with plastic, we headed down to Pixar Pier and arrived at Lamplight Boardwalk Dining, where I ordered the Kung Pao Bao, and my wife had the Angus beef sliders, and we also got some beverages. I, the Scream canister, and my wife got a 2319. The Kung Pao Bao was full of extreme flavors. It had some nice spice and a very soft, cloud-like dough that was really enjoyable. I really enjoyed the whole meal, although my white boy mouth was set ablaze. I cannot handle spicy food at all. Even like a basic spicy chicken sandwich from a basic store that sells basic foods is too much for me, and I need a glass of milk. But I persevered and devoured those little bows. My wife did enjoy the burger sliders, but she found that as she completed more and more of it, there were just too many flavors on the meal, fighting for dominance in the dish. I didn't have much of her food, but I do agree it honestly wasn't the best, but still enjoyable. 4 points. Presentation, it's very basic, very quick, very minimal, 2 points. The Lamplight Boardwalk Dining is, seemingly meant to be more of a stopover eating experience than an actual dining area. If you want that, then you better book a reservation at the actual Lamplight restaurant 60 days in advance, at least. And another big aspect at the Boardwalk Dining are the drinks. Like I said, it's somewhat like Tiki Sam's and the whole Tiki Lounge aspect. They really go all out on all kinds of drinking options for you to have. All of that is to say that the portions are very small, smaller actually than the aforementioned Trader Sam's even. But I found that when they were combined with the drinks, it does become pretty filling, at least for that time being. But I'm still gonna give it 2 points. Okay, here we go. Each of our meals cost $22. Her drink was $8, mine was $19. Take that into consideration with the portion size and the fact that you have to hear Dash Par just across the way at the Incredicoaster constantly say 1 point. Aside from a couple of, like, cute names on the menu, all of the uniqueness and magic comes from the actual Lamplight Lounge restaurant, where even the bathroom signs have been themed. 1 point. I give Lamplight Boardwalk Dining 10 points out of a possible 25. We lounged around there for a while as the sun was beginning to set and the first of the park closing announcements sounded through the land. Because next up was the Incredicoaster. But not yet, because we had just eaten, and I believe that the lightning lane we had for it wasn't ready yet. So we just strolled back to Cars Land, where we met a very nice Disney photographer named Haley. She was great, wonderful photographer, great person, very bubbly and talkative. Briefly chatted after she learned that it was my first time at the parks. We discussed our mutual love of the Pirates of the Caribbean ride before she had to go work with some other guests, and we continued into Radiator Springs. Then we made our way back through that into Hollywood Land and back to the store Gone Hollywood, because there was something that I saw there earlier that I did not mention when we bought the tote bag. The one piece of Haunted Mansion merchandise that I actually enjoyed and thought was worth buying. This Haunted Mansion shirt! Look, it has the Haunted Mansion logo on the pocket, and it's covered in Haunted Mansion stuff, like Matum Leota's head, and the chandelier candelabra thing, and a tombstone that says something. It's pretty cool. I like it. You know, I think it's pretty cool. So I'll be wearing this for the rest of the video. And then when I was at the register to purchase this wonderful shirt, the cast member at the register, Daniel, and I started talking briefly, and he gave me a first time at Disney button, which I proudly wore for the rest of the night. And eventually, as my palms grew sweaty and my knees weakened at the prospect of riding an actual roller coaster, we waded through the crowds of exiting guests back to the gates of the Incredicoaster. And it really did not help my worries just how much my wife had been talking up this ride the whole time. Remember all the times where she was like, oh, it just shakes a lot for all the other rides? Yeah, no, this one she was giving me detailed descriptions of everything that happens on it. And it also didn't help the constant screaming coming from the riders the whole day we were there, especially when we were seated there at the lamplight. But I'm a big boy, and like I say, if I can handle a 6-hour flight over the Pacific Ocean, you can handle anything. Thankfully, I was ready with everything pre-packed away into the now 2 bags that we own, and I didn't have to worry about another Matterhorn incident as I nervously climbed into my seat for the ride in the bustling loading area, and we deployed, and I went on my first ever roller coaster. The Incredicoaster is great. Never have I felt anything like it before, obviously. It was terrifying and exciting at the beginning, and then the rush of wind combined with the exciting Incredibles music made it an absolute blast. I'm still confused generally about what exactly the storyline of the ride is. Are we supposed to be Jack? Are we like a babysitter or an employee of some sort that gets roped into all of this by accident? It's sort of up in the air, I think, because not even my wife could figure it out either. But other than that, it was great. I loved it all, except for the awful afterthought that is the photo booth area. It's literally just against a random wall, and if you're not fast enough, like you're going to be if you exit at the far end of the loading area, you're not gonna get your photo. You're gonna miss it because of how quickly it cycles through and how few screens there are to keep the photos active. We got someone else's photo because ours changed as we were entering the code. But by this point, the festivities had officially begun, and we were down at Pixar Pier, so we figured why not check out the line for the Sid Treat Trail. And oh my god! Why are there so many people? It's only 6:17 p.m. The Sid Treat Trail line began at his spot at the Toy Story Mania circus tent and continued all the way down past the Golden Zephyr. The lines at some of these characters were insane. This one and the Kingdom Hearts Mickey and Donald, I think, were ridiculously long. My wife was freaking out and worried that it would be like this all night, so we calmly exited to the relaxing pathways of Grizzly Peak to figure out a game plan, and I figured that since Oogie Boogie Bash ticket holders are able to get into the park a few hours earlier, that meant that, for some reason, these people had been lining up for seemingly hours just to get some candy. And it should, Walt willing, empty out once the actual event gets more underway. So we took a gander at the locations on the Oogie Boogie Bashified map of Disney's California Adventure theme park, where each of the characters were and what we wanted to do. Neither of us were particularly interested in seeing Sid, especially with how long the line was. And that seemingly, I think, had something to do with the fact that Sid wasn't a character the past year or two. I guess everybody was excited to meet him, and that it would mean the other lines would seemingly be shorter. And the nearest person to us was Judge Doom.
Beyond your wildest dreams. You are covered on all sides, everyone. You think you're safe. Rachel over here, Logan over there, Catherine over there. Me up here, we're all watching you.
Dip the shoe!
By the way, compliments to the chef.
I thought he was done with his monologue. Yeah, dip him! Dip him! I got threatened by Judge Doom. The actor playing him at the time we were there was fantastic. I just wanted to hang out with Judge Doom some more, and I probably could have too, since no one was there. The line was very empty, and the cast members around him seemed pretty chill. The only issue was that my wife got embarrassed when I started having a back and forth between Judge Doom, and she dragged me back along the treat trail away from him. But hey, all I'm saying, like I told her, is that if we're paying hundreds of dollars to get some goddamn candy, then I want to interact with Judge Doom and chant, "Dip the shoe." I would also like to instruct everyone watching to chant, "Dip the shoe," the next time that you see Judge Doom at Oogie Boogie Bash or whatever the Halloween event is, if he's at the one in Florida. We crossed the park then and found the main witch herself, Agatha Harkness, who I was apparently so entranced by that I totally forgot to record anything there, because the actor playing Agatha, she was incredible. They all were. All the actors at the event were just fantastic and extremely talented. And as we were leaving the Avengers Campus area, we saw that Loki was doing a photo op, and my wife wanted to get a photo with the god of mischief of Asgard himself, so we waited in line for quite a while. Like, all I'll say is that it was a shocking length that we had to wait, because Loki was just talking a lot to people. Like, he went way further, like, into just having chats with every single person in line than I expected, which is really cool, you know, make it worth everybody's while, but I just expected that line to go by pretty quickly. I didn't expect the length of detail in which these conversations would devolve into. And we barely scraped by, because as we approached him, a cast member came by and informed the people immediately behind us and beyond into the line that he had to go take care of some Asgardian stuff, if you know what I mean. Meaning, he was going on break and seemingly would be replaced by either no one or the Scarlet Witch, who I think was the other character that they had set up at that section. But although it did take some time of just standing in line there watching everybody have these kind of weird and strange interactions with Loki, it was pretty neat to chat, however briefly we did, with him and the cast member who was taking the photos. They were both very cool guys, both enjoyable and very lively and entertaining. I even got, what I hope was a genuine reaction when Loki laughed when I called his cast member photographer Loki's little sidekick. And we got some pretty fun pictures to boot. I really felt a great appreciation for not just the character actors, but the cast members entirely here at DCA. And I think that's because they're much more out there, really, in the general eye, than I feel that they typically are at Disneyland proper. Like at Disney California Adventure, it really felt that the cast members were truly also part of the park, rather than just the people who are kind of having to operate things. And then we just kind of continued in a general counterclockwise trail around the park. Ernesto de la Cruz's treat trail was right nearby in a weird little courtyard between Avengers Campus and the Hyperion Theater. And unfortunately, they weren't playing any music when we showed up, but it was just kind of him vamping and insulting people. Oogie Boogie, the big fat cat himself, was next, and what a spectacular setup for... I don't want to keep saying treat trail because it just kind of sounds weird and like it's not what I want to focus on, but attraction doesn't sound right either. Exhibit, it's closer, but I don't think it works. Encounter? Maybe encounter might work, because that's what you're really doing if you're like me and didn't really care that much about getting the candy and the treats and stuff, and just wanted to see the characters, because it's not a meet and greet, but it is pretty much an encounter with the villains. Anyway, the Oogie Boogie encounter had such a spectacular setup in the massive Animation Academy lobby. It was insane how quickly and wonderfully it had been transformed since we were last there just a few hours ago. Also, Oogie Boogie yelled at us for taking a selfie with him, even though the line was pretty goddamn empty. Up next was the Sass King from the underworld, Hades. The makeup work and effects for the performer were stunning, and I honestly think he might have been the best villain encounter the whole night, aside from Judge Doom, of course.
Yeah, I feel a lot less like going rogue. Yeah. Times like this just fill me with jubilee, you know?
The worst villain encounter on a treat trail, for me, would be Dr. Doofenshmirtz. There was plenty going on about this when it was revealed that he would be here, just how absolutely freakish it looks brought to real life. And I really have to give it to the actor portraying him, because just like all of the others, he did a fantastic job, but Walt Almighty, that impression cannot be good for your vocal cords for an extended length of time. Just listen to the videos I took of it.
Wait a second. You're not the secret agent, are you? My ankles You see, my brother Rocket is always so big. He's a man of daddy.
It sounds like he needs a lozengenator. By this time, we had hit about 6 of the 12 treat trails in the park. Our candy bags were growing quite full, so we planned on consolidating them all into the Nightmare tote bag, the reason that we bought it. We also had some time to kill before the next parade, because we elected to skip the first one, which is why the lines for the treat trails and villain encounters, as I'll call them, were so empty when we were there, because we didn't bother setting up for the parade or anything. I figured, why not go back to Soarin'? It's a comfy chair in a cool area. We can just sit and relax and enjoy massive screens of nature and Sydney, Australia, I guess. And our feet hurt. And so my wife agreed. We wanted a break before entering whatever the hell Villain's Grove was. And Soarin' had no one there. And just like before, it was fun and cool, relaxing, a nice load off as we just stood in line inside the building, collecting all of our candy into the tote bag, and then we loaded into whatever the device is called that Soarin' uses. Is it supposed to be a glider? Is that what we're getting on still? Is it still meant to be a glider, or is it supposed to be a plane? Because they talk about it much more like it's an airplane. Anyway, we took off, and something I noticed but didn't really think about, since I had only ever been on the ride once, several hours prior, was that the motion simulation of the ride wasn't simulating any motion. My wife brought it up when we were nearing the end of Soarin', just before we got back to Disneyland and Tinkerbell shows up. And wouldn't you know it, the film ended and the screen went white, and we stayed up in the air, and a voice came over the radio and explained that our flight's landing was delayed, and we would be in a holding pattern until the runway was cleared. Yep, we got stuck on Soarin'. There were a few upsides to this, the first being that we were in the very comfortable seats, and I was actually thinking of just, leaning my head back, closing my eyes, maybe taking a little nap, who knows how long we'd be stuck up there. The second being that we were at least in the middle row, and as such, only a mere 40 feet into the air, as opposed to the 50 feet of the top row, and third being that it wasn't actually too long of a wait that we were up there. Maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes tops. But they got it all sorted out, and just like a real flight, everyone clapped and cheered when we landed. With that fun event out of the way, we set off to the mysterious Villain's Grove, neither of us knowing truly what to expect, who would be inside, what would be occurring in this strange maze of wilderness and nightfall. It's a light show. It's a very pretty light show, but all in all, it's just a light show that can, at times, become pretty disorienting because you have to find your way around a thick fog. It does make for some killer photos, though, and as we were traversing the fog, I came across a cast member just dancing by himself as he directed us along in the right direction. I think my favorite thing about the Redwood Creek Villains Grove area was actually just the pure atmosphere that all of the fog machines created on the forest trail. Like I said, I loved being in the Grizzly Peaks wilderness, and that just made it look so much cooler. But we were now back to Pixar Pier once more. I know I said earlier that neither of us cared about Sid, but that was really that neither of us cared about waiting that long to see him. Sid is actually my favorite Toy Story character because I thought his toys were way cooler than Andy's. And I don't know how this is going to make me sound, but I actually recreated Sid's toys as best I could when I was a child. My prized possession being a recreation of the Rector set baby that my grandma helped me make out of an actual Rector set and a baby doll that I beheaded. And of course, I had to make my own twisted toys to go along with them too. But his line was still too long, and Mr. Potato Head's big face was just jabbering away, so I proposed that we ride the Incredicoaster again at night. That's right, that really should show you how much I changed over the course of this trip, that I, someone who has never had any interest in theme park rides, suggested that we ride the Incredicoaster again. And because of the event, it was a walk-on. Once we finished the ride, tried once more to get our photos, which didn't even show up, we entered Sid's treat trail, and I learned that he has a job working at Pizza Planet, apparently. The Sid encounter is kind of an odd duck, because at least the actor we saw, he seemed to, kind of not really interact with people that much, and when he did interact with people, it was the kids in the line rather than the teens and adults. I don't know why. It's not like the other characters and the other treat trails are any more from a mature story than Sid is. Also, Sid really only showed up in the first film from 1995. And yeah, I know he cameos in Toy Story 3. So was this an initiative by Disney, or is that just kind of this Sid's prerogative? And that's something that I really want to know, is to get behind the scenes of a look at the character actors for events like this. What goes into the hiring process, the rehearsals, all the stuff that they have to learn, the documents that I'm sure that they have to work with. I would love to know about all that and to see it and even interview any one of these people that work at these events, or even just character actors regularly at the park, because I made it clear, I think, through this video, I truly do find all the behind-the-scenes aspects of these parks fascinating. Then it was back to my favorite spot, Radiator Springs, to view its absolute, now that night had fallen and the neon was glowing. And that's really the entire purpose of our final visit to Cars Land. I just really wanted to see it at night, just so I could relive that same experience I had in 2005 or whenever the movie came out, of seeing in the film all the lights pop on and the music playing. and it was so worth it. You might also notice that we totally skipped over San Francisco and the wharf area. We did go there earlier in the day before the event, and it's just so nothing. I've never seen Big Hero 6, and my wife has only seen it once, so that's why we didn't go and see Yokai, and then also we didn't do the Kingdom Hearts trail. Neither of us have played those games, and we have no interest, so we didn't bother. Also, I don't know who Madam Mim is, and we never actually found the Radiator Springs Racers Treat Trail, unless it was actually somewhere inside the line, or the queue for the ride or something, but I was not going back there. We were actually thinking about ordering some food at Flo's V8 Cafe. We even found a very nice spot seated just around the back, overlooking the desert of the road leading out of town. But the wait time was so long, and the final parade of the night was growing closer, so we decided that we better get over there and stake out a spot on the street to watch. Because if you don't, you're SOL. So we marched through Radiator Springs, past Avengers Campus, down Buena Vista Street, and staked out our spot for the Headless Horseman Rides Again and Frightfully Fun Parade on the street, right next to the garbage bins. There's a message there, I'm sure, but I can't think of what it could possibly be. And this was a time of thought, a time of reflection, of being told by higher-ups and the cast members that I wasn't allowed to lean against the trash bins, because lest it cause a safety hazard. And that got me thinking about the hierarchy of the cast members, because from my very limited experience sitting there and watching them go about their duties, preparing for the parade, I think it works like this, at least from what I saw. It seems like the vest and short sleeves are the bottom rung. Then the next rung, vest, is optional, but they wear a long sleeve and an optional coat. Finally, at the highest level, seemingly, you're vestless and you have a button-down shirt with a tie. If anybody knows the specifics of the hierarchy of Disney cast member uniforms, specifically at DCA, please let me know in the comments. So let's take a look at this map, because this parade was a lot slower than I had ever expected it to be. It starts on the far west end of the park in Paradise Gardens Park, and it continues all the way through Hollywoodland, and we were right about here. You can even see the trash can I continued to lean against when the cast member walked away. And let me tell you, I don't know why it happened. I don't know if it's normally that slow, or if there was a delay, but that wait was almost as excruciating as the one for Radiator Springs Racers, because it was late, I was tired, we've been walking all day. Can't imagine what the cast members felt like who have to perform it. It was quite a while just sitting there on the side of a street like a bum in Disneyland. Just picture my existence for the moment. It's a cool October night under the glow of a waxing gibbous moon and the flickering neon of Hollywoodland. And I see him, Pooh Bear, with the unmistakable head of a man. He was sat there slumped against a garbage bin, motionless, almost lifeless, resting in the cold gutter of Buena Vista Street, and beside him, curled at the base of a streetlight, was Eeyore, his head buried in his hands, body trembling, shivering into the cold, growing night. And eventually, as though he had arrived to whisk away not just the trio of Ichabod cranes, but also myself and the man-headed Pooh Bear to a dark, hellish afterlife from which he came. The Headless Horseman had arrived. And that signaled the beginning of the parade. Is what I would say if the actual rest of the parade were anywhere near where these guys were. I don't know why they were so far ahead. I don't know if they were meant to be separated by this much time, but from when the Headless Horseman and the 3 Ichabods went by to when the actual rest of the parade showed up was more substantially longer than you'd expect. But finally, from around the bend was the parade.
join the swinging wake. Aren't you dying to join them?
From the mansion on the hill, trees are crafted with the still.
Is very annoying. I'm just teasing. You're adorable. I love you so much. I see a strong, confident, beautiful young lady.
Hi, it's me, Oogie Boogie, and I'm here to welcome you to a right.
Thus ends our time at Disney, my first ever time at the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, California. 15 hours at Disney's California Adventure theme park, 16 hours at Disneyland, a few hours at Downtown Disney. I think I've officially become a Disney adult. And of course, what would a Disneyland video be without a haul of what I got? So in this brown paper bag that I got somewhere, I have everything we purchased or took from Disney. The first is whatever this is. This is the map of the hotel. The aforementioned alien cup. It's pretty neat. He's cute. He's funny looking. Next, I grabbed from the bag the Coca-Cola thermal detonator. Remember when I said I bought this? Here it is. A bunch of coasters. Some from the Lamplight Lounge. Others from Star Wars Land. And then oh my god, they really gave us a lot from Trader Sam's. Ooh. Our drawings of Jack Skellington. Oh my god. That I had to fold up to fit the bag when we went on the Incredicoaster. Ooh, there he is, the Bone Daddy himself. A box containing the zombie tiki mug head that I got for $70. The little Trader Sam's Christmas cup for Haunted Mansion Christmas that my wife got. Some Disney bags. A Disney guide map, and one of the Oogie Boogie pamphlets that we got. A leaf that I found and put in the bag for some reason. Receipts. The bag from Earl of Sandwich because I like the logo design. Another bag from Disney. A lot of stir sticks from Trader Sam's. Thank you very much, Trader Sam's, for including these because I have lost my own stir stick. And finally, our badges from Oogie Boogie Bash. What a haul! And I can't end this video and get into my closing thoughts over this incredible experience that I and my wife undertook without bringing up the employees of Disneyland, Disney California Adventure Theme Park, the cast members. It needs to be stated because it cannot be understated just how fantastic they all really are. The cast members are the lifeblood of the parks. They are truly extraordinary. They put in a relentless effort for their jobs, handling everything from the high-energy performances and constant guest interactions to all the behind-the-scenes work and aspects that we never see. Every single one of them, from the custodian in Toontown that I spoke to the nice old woman who sold me an endangered Tigger tail at Pooh Corner, to Will and Haley the photographers, and Daniel at Gone Hollywood who gave me this button. Every single day. They are the ones who truly bring the magic of Disney, not just to life, but to adoring and entranced crowds. They face intense conditions, navigate endless faces, handle every single possible surprise that the day throws in their way for hours on end, all while keeping the magic of a far-off world of Disneyland alive with warmth and care. The cast members of not just the parks, but every restaurant, store, parade, event, cruise, character interaction, band, resort, are the heart, they are the soul of Disney. They are the ones who turn incredible attractions into true experiences. Experiences that feel personal and unforgettable for the thousands of people that go there every day. The cast members are the ones who, in essence, are our caretakers, as we are able to forget about our daily routines and duties and relinquish all worry and doubt there is of the outside world, knowing that we are kept in the safety of the Disney cast members' hold. From the smallest kindness to the biggest show-stopping moments, it's their passion and their dedication that creates the sense of wonder that Disney has always strived to produce. And without them, Disney would just be a place. With them, it truly becomes a real world of magic, joy, and connection. And they all deserve the same respect and level of kindness and assistance that they show to each of us every single day. The most shocking and honestly a little upsetting thing is that I never saw a single Disney vlogger, so I wanted to see if I could like sneak into the background shot of just some random vlogger that would hopefully be there. But it was fine that we didn't. It wasn't a big deal, because this was the one moment that seeing a video of Disneyland wasn't necessary. I was living out something I have watched Walt knows how many times of after my wife introduced me to Disney vlogs after we started dating. Because I was actually there, in the moment, enjoying the magic. Now let's rewind the clock back to day one, in the Pooh corner store. I loved Winnie the Pooh as a child, and something about this entire store, and later that night the Many Adventures ride, really ignited a spark of nostalgic love that I have for Winnie the Pooh. In that way that you remember fond, calming, warm memories of childhood. When I was a kid, I would watch our VHS tape of The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh and whatever others we had. I would get a big bucket of vanilla ice cream from the freezer and pretend that it was actually a bucket of honey. And I would get the biggest metal spoon that I could find in the kitchen and excitedly eat it as I watched the picture of Winnie the Pooh. And that was a memory that I haven't thought of in maybe 15, 20 years. I don't honestly know the last time something reminded me of those experiences when I was a kid. And it was in that moment in time where that flashed through my neurons that it clicked inside of me. And I truly got what Disney was, what it still aims to be, a place of, as Walt Disney described,
"Here age relives fond memories of the past, and here youth may savor the challenge and promise of the future, with the hope that it will be a source of joy and inspiration to all the world."
Disneyland, Disney World, these are locales, places, rides, attractions, experiences where, for just a day at a time, most people are able to just forget what it's like to be an adult. They can forget the trials and tribulations that come with growing up. They can forget about all of their worries for the rest of their day. It's a place for all ages. It's a place of magic, and I'm reminded of a quote by C.S. Lewis. "To be concerned about being grown up, to admire the grown up because it is grown up, to blush at the suspicion of being childish. These things are the marks of childhood and adolescence. When I became a man, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up." Quite frankly, I am grateful that I never went to Disneyland or Disney World as a child, because experiencing it like I did as an adult now let me appreciate every detail, every story that is woven into these two parks in ways that I just simply would not have as a kid. Yet I was still truly able to savor that wonder, that amazement, without feeling the need to act my age. And in that way is how I finally understood that the magic of Disney isn't about being a kid or an adult, or which ride is cooler, or which character should I get my photo taken with. The magic of Disney is about letting go and embracing joy, no matter where you are in life.